Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Floor cameras not activated yet in the House or in the Senate. We will tell you what is coming up in the House today. 7 bills relating to finance, testing their microphones there. 7 bills up for passage on third reading in the House. All Senate bills, all relating to finance. In the Senate today, on third reading among the bills, Senate Bill 252, amending Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act, excluding from protection oral communications. Senate Bill 291, law enforcement use of unmanned aircraft systems. Senate Bill 376, expanding the authority of the Secretary of State and State Police relating to background checks for applicants for private investigator and security guard licensure, directing Secretary of State to request a full set of fingerprints from each applicant. Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products, to allow these patients access to products that have not been approved by the Federal Food and Drug Administration that other patients have access to when they participate in clinical trials. Also up for debate and passage on third reading in the Senate today, Senate Bill 438, requiring the DHHR be present at judicial proceedings to require that a representative of the Department of Health and Human Resources be in attendance at any judicial proceeding in which a mental hygiene commissioner, magistrate court, or circuit court may commit an individual to the care and custody of the department for purposes of psychiatric evaluation or treatment. Senate Bill 494, exempting the DEP construction and reclamation contracts from review and approval. Senate Bill 575, requiring leases for state office space provide landlord or owner be responsible for cleaning or janitorial services. Senate Bill 592, relating to pipeline safety, to change the method used to calculate the amount of special license fees paid by pipeline companies to the Public Service Commission. Also up for debate and passage, the final bill on third reading in the Senate today, Senate Bill 621, exempting taxi cab companies with independent contract drivers from providing workers' compensation coverage. On second reading, the amendment stage on the floor of the Senate, Senate Bill 94, designating the State Police Superintendent as administrator and enforcer of Motor Vehicle Inspection Program instead of the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles. Senate Bill 476, relating to driving restrictions in school zones, to authorize county boards of education to expand school zones to roads adjacent to school property. And on second reading on the Senate floor today, House Bill 3019, requiring official business and records of the state and its political subdivisions be conducted in English.
Move we adjourn.
Okay, moves we adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer today by Pastor Dean Chambers of the Spring Hill Baptist Church in Kanawha County. Pastor Chambers is the guest of our Chief of Staff, Dan Greer.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you humbly to thank you for the privilege it is to live in this great nation. We thank you for the leadership you provided for us in the state of West Virginia. Thank you for all the many blessings you've given us, as well as the continued blessings upon our state and nation as we press on toward the future. We ask that you protect us from all who threaten the cause of liberty on the local, the state, and national levels. We especially pray that your hand of protection be upon all those serving in the armed forces and all those who serve the cause of freedom around the world. In this assembly of delegates today, we invite your leadership and your guidance as the affairs of our great state are pursued this day. I ask also that you give to each person wisdom and understanding for the decisions that are to be made. In times of debate and difference, give us the wisdom and understanding that we need to make the appropriate compromises and always lift what is best for our state above ourselves. Help us to be wise stewards and public servants of our state. May the love of God the Father, the grace and mercy of the Lord Jesus, and the communion of your Spirit rest upon the members of our House of Delegates this day. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 62nd, Delegate Overington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would those in the gallery please join us in the House as we pledge to the flag and country? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, February 23rd, 2016.
Lady from the 9th, Delegate Border Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The lady from the 9th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal be approved as having been read. Introduction of guests. Gentleman from the 54th, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, traveling all the way from Grant County down here to Page for us today is Mackenzie Kitzmiller. She's in the 6th grade. She attends the Petersburg Elementary School. And I know she's going to do a good job today, but I don't see her on the floor right now. But her dad's up in the audience there. If he would stand up, let's make him welcome.
Lady from the 48th, Delegate Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome to the chamber Mr. Greg Phillips, one of the finest teachers in Harrison County, who is here with his AP high school government class. And I would like to introduce all the members, and if you could stand when your name is called. Paige Borum, Ralph Brown, Dale Cottrell, Marissa Davis, Jacob George, Riley McNeamer, Daniel Mullett, Cameron Nicholson, Bailey Spears, Noah Sutton, Avery Thrush, and Cameron Weimer. And again, Mr. Phillips and Mr. Scott Davis, the assistant principal at RCB High School. Please, members, please make them welcome.
Gentleman from 51st, Delegate Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from Monongalia County and our delegate Terry Waxman from Harrison County, we have a couple gentlemen visiting us from the School of Dentistry, very instrumental in keeping the School of Dentistry at WVU moving forward. Mr. Keith Hildebrandt and Bob Wanker, if they could stand up and if the House could make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 24th, Delegate Rodgario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the 20th, 22nd, 24th District, we have some pages from Omar Grade School. We have a Colton Donahoe, Jemison Harmon, Caleb Adkins, Summer Speary, and Jacob Schultz. and they are accompanied by their parents. And would the parents stay on the floor, please? Make them welcome. Thank you.
John from the 17th, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues from Cabell County today, we have a page. We have Carolyn Kinley, and she's a 5th grader at Huntington East Middle School. Would ask the House to make her welcome.
Lady from the 43rd, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and me from the 43rd District, Randolph County, we have two very special pages with us today. We have Lainey Fletcher and Courtney Jones. They are both 4th graders at Jennings Randolph Elementary School. And those of you that's been in the committee about the Cheat Mountain Salamander, this is the elementary school, Jennings Randolph in Elkins. And they are accompanied by their parents. And if their parents would stand when I call their name, we have Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher. We have Denise, if she would please stand. And then we have Amanda and J.W. Jones. Amanda is a nurse practitioner and J.W. is a fireman. So if the House would please make them all feel welcome.
John from the 19th, Dr. Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the 19th District, Wayne County, I'd like to welcome 3 pages on behalf of Don Perdue and myself. And those pages are Bella Patrick, Cassidy Stoner, and Hannah Moore, and they all attend Cerrito Elementary. And they're escorted today by Carla Stoner and Yumi Moore. Please give them a warm welcome.
John from the 19th, Dr. Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are also honored, Mr. Speaker, to have with us today 2 other pages from Cerrito Elementary. It's unfortunate that the pages aren't out, but we'd like to recognize from Cerrito Elementary Mr. Trace Newsom and Mr. Mason Folks, and they are accompanied by Ayumi Moore, Carla Stoner, and Sonia Patrick. And if those individuals would please stand, again, we will give them a big welcome.
Gentleman from 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, and I would ask them to stand, very pleased to have visiting with us from the beautiful Falls Mill, Fall Run, Ireland area of Braxton and Lewis County, their constituents from Braxton, Bob and Vicki Pearson. If they would, members would please make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 44th, Doug Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hanshaw and myself, I would like to welcome from Clay County, Wayne King. House, please make him welcome.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Manchin, Longstreth, Summers, and me, we have some friends here from Marion County. They're longtime educators, members of the Marion County Education Association, and they are in the South Gallery. I'd ask them to stand as I call their name, please. Kathy Jacquez, Alicia Perry, Mary Perella, Brenda, and Chris Janis. Would the House please make them feel welcome today? Thank you.
The lady from the 50th, Dr. Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have some Berrickville Middle School students who came to Page with us today and accompanied by Christy Latosha, and I would like to introduce them to you. Emily Hoffett, Emilio Luketic, Alex O'Neill, Ella Price, Faith Roscoe, Elijah Simons, and Michael Tarley. Would you please welcome them and try to keep them busy today? Thank you.
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees.
Committee on Energy has had under consideration House Bill 4435, authorizing the Public Service Commission to approve expedited cost recovery of electric, utility, coal-fired boiler modernization and improvement projects. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended and that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Report be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee on Energy has had under consideration House Bill 4668, raising the allowable threshold of the coal severance tax revenue fund budgeted for personal services. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
Report be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 68, disallowing Health Care Authority to conduct rate review and set rates for hospitals. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Report be received.
Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4486, terminating the behavioral health severance and business privilege tax, and House Bill 4659, authorizing local health departments to bill health insurance plans for services. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
Report be received and the bills be referred to Committee on Finance.
Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4409, requiring in-service training programs in the use of the Heimlich maneuver and response to choking emergencies for all school personnel in pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, and elementary schools. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Education.
Report be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4545, relating to regulation of pharmacy benefits managers. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to Committee on Finance.
Report be received and the bill be referred to Committee on Finance.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4411, relating to penalty for illegally taking native brook trout. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4330, relating to make unlawful to take a fish, water animal, or other aquatic organism from state waters to stock a commercial pond or lake. Reports back to Committee Substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the Committee Substitute do pass.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4339, relating to wildlife resources. Reports back to Committee Substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the Committee Substitute do pass.
Report be received. Reports to Select Committees. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to briefly address the House.
Gentleman from 58th asks unanimous consent to briefly address the House. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, for your benefit, an update from what the Rules Committee did prior to the session. We moved 3 bills from the special calendar over to the House calendar. It is House Bill 4315, House Bill 4465, and House Bill 4656 have been moved off the special to the House calendar. And a note from the clerk is you may need to refresh your system in order to find those changes in response to what the Rules Committee did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Messages from the Executive. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 4145, relating to carry or use of a handgun or deadly weapon.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take the bill up for immediate consideration.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that House Committee Substitute for House Bill 4145 be taken up for immediate consideration. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
4145,
Thank you very much,
concealed
Mr.
carry gun bill.
Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate made some changes to House Bill 4145, which is relating to carrying and use of a handgun or deadly weapon. The Senate made the amendments remove the tax credit for persons that obtain a permit and deleted a provision for LEOSA, L-E-O-S-A. The Senate amendment also amended the mandatory enhanced penalties to give the court's discretion in sentencing a person who uses or presents a firearm while engaged in the commission of a felony. So the Senate changes were the safety training that we were trying to address, the House version, and the out-of-pocket cost by way of the tax credit. The enhanced penalties were lessened or eliminated to the discretion of the court, and deleted the LEOSA, which some of you may not know, that was the empowering law enforcement and prosecutors with the ability to carry concealed in certain circumstances. In response to that, we've done a couple things. It appears we have word from the Senate that the LEOSA provision will be included in another bill on the Senate side, and anticipate a House amendment to the Senate amendment that would recommend that we reinstate in part the tax credit, a $50 tax credit for persons to pay for training or offset their training cost, or the cost may be applied to their application fee as well. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, I move we concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment. Gentleman from the 7th, Delegate Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Did the Senate amendment deal with the definition of whether or not this applied to all dangerous weapons or just firearms?
No, I don't think their amendment changed that at all.
So the bill, as it came back to us from the Senate, still talks about the ability to carry all dangerous weapons without a permit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth.
Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Sure. Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
On the changes that the Senate made, and we're putting back in, are we putting back in a $50 tax credit if a person chooses to do training, but they don't have to do training? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the amendment I'm going to offer as soon as we're at the next order of business. Is I will offer a $50 tax credit for training costs.
But that's only if somebody wants to. There's really no mandatory training in this bill whatsoever.
Well, yeah, the tax credit, that's correct, but just to be clear, the credit could be applied to those who get a CHL permit or those between 18 and 20. Anyone who pays for the training, I think you're eligible for that tax credit, but it does not require any new training that wasn't already required, if that makes sense.
The gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
The sentencing, you remarked that they've changed that from the mandatory to the discretionary, but did the time limits change? It was 5 years and 10 years before.
Now, the time of the penalty did not change, just the discretion of the judge. Instead of, it was mandatory for the commission of a felony with a handgun was mandatory, and now it's simply at the discretion of the court as to whether those enhanced penalties apply and how.
But the 5 years and 10 years did not change, so
That's
the judge can still go up to that, but he doesn't have to go up to that.
That's my understanding. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you. Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Help me clear this up. From my understanding, the reason behind discretionary is in case somebody happens to be carrying a little pocket knife or something, the judge can take that into consideration. Would that be correct?
I can't speak to the purpose and intent of the Senate, but I believe that's how it is. It has been changed from a mandatory sentence to discretion of the judge for a dangerous deadly weapon or a concealed handgun.
So it would provide the discretion for the judge, though, if he happened to be carrying a Swiss Army knife, to take that into consideration if that were to become a player.
I think it's a firearm, but and it has to be in the commission of a felony. It's not just for carrying a firearm. In the commission of a felony, I believe is what it is. But
all right, thank you.
Gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Is for the state tax credit, is there a cost to the budget, to the General Revenue Fund?
Yes.
Do you know?
Any tax credit we offer will have a financial impact.
Do you know what that would be?
I've been told $1.5 million for a $50 tax credit, and I think there was a fiscal note in the Senate when it was 100, it was $3 million or something. So.
Okay, when it left here, there was a $100 tax credit, correct? And then the Senate has reduced that to $50.
But no, the Senate eliminated the tax credit. What I suggested in my motion to concur with the Senate amendment with further amendment is that I anticipate offering an amendment in just a couple minutes to reinstate a $50 tax credit instead of that $100.
And what does it apply to?
Training. It offsets the training or the application fee and applies to those who get a permit and those who just wish to get training and not get a permit.
So if a person didn't apply for the permit, they still could get the training and the tax credit?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that would be an amendment we're proposing to send over to the Senate?
That's the one we'll deal with in just a minute. That's right.
And did you say, are there other amendments from the House to go back over to the Senate besides on the credit?
No, it's just my understanding that the LEOSA provision that was included in this bill will be included by the Senate in some other bill. So I hope that issue is settled as well. Although it's stricken from the Senate version of this bill, we have word that the Senate will include it in some other bill.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Doggett Mansion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
I heard in the beginning that you said they had lessened penalties, and then I heard that you say that all they had done was make the jail terms discretionary as opposed to mandatory. Was there some other method, or I mean, did they lessen the fines, or did I just mishear you?
No. I think what they changed was that they made the penalties, instead of being mandatory for the commission of a felony and possession of a firearm, to discretionary by the court. But I think the penalty range stayed the same.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Gentleman from the 5th, Doggett Pethel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the majority leader continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority Leader. I just want to be clear on this. The $50 tax credit, that's for ages 18 up to 21. Is that correct?
Now, I believe the $50 tax credit is for everyone, whether you're getting a permit or just want to get safety training and carry a gun openly or concealed after the bill becomes law. It's for taking safety training.
Okay, but for this bill, when it left the House, there was no mandatory permit or gun safety training for 21 and over. Is that the way this bill still is?
It doesn't change the requirement for safety training. It just enhances the possibility that more people will seek safety training if they're entitled to a $50 tax credit.
Okay, thank you.
Further members desire to speak to the gentleman's motion. If not, the question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment as discussed by the gentleman from the 58th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs with the Senate amendment with further amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from 58.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to formally offer the amendment. Are we at that stage now? No?
The gentleman's motion was that we concur with that amendment, so the amendment has been adopted by the action of the House. So the question now before the House is passage of the bill as amended by the Senate with the further amendment that the House has made to the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This is House Bill 4145, the concealed carry bill, as it comes from the Senate.
Each member voted.
And they're looking at Senate amendments
If
and
so,
then
the clerk
amending
will
the
close the
Senate
machine and
amendments.
ascertain the result. On that question, 67 ayes, 31 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4145.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Coles moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 89 by Delegates Moore, P. White, Gearhart, Ellington, and Blackwell, Blue Demon Highway Bridge.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the Chamber automation system.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions be dispensed with, that each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the Chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution will be so introduced and referred. Petitions, motions, bills introduced. Unfinished business. Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 341, expiring funds from Insurance Commissioner, Examination Revolving Fund, and Insurance Commission Fund to State Fund General Revenue.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 341 is a supplemental appropriation, and it will be expiring $26,659,500 from two special revenue funds going to the unappropriated surplus balance in the state fund. The two funds that are having dollars expired, the first is from the Department of Revenue Insurance Commissioner, and this is an examination revolving fund, and we're going to expire, or proposing to expire, $659,500. This particular fund collects fees from various insurers throughout the year, and there's some excess monies in that account. The second fund, we're proposing to expire $26 million from the Insurance Commission Fund, and this is a fund that is collects monies for various fees and licenses throughout the year. This fund has an excess of $48 million in it, and we are expiring $26 million. Together, these monies will be used to fund three supplementals that we'll hear in just a little bit. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Would the esteemed Chairman of Finance yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
So did you say that there's an excess of $48 million in that fund?
Current balance before we expire anything.
And
Yes,
we're
sir.
taking 26?
That's correct.
What do they use that fund for?
That is part of the ongoing administration of licensures across the insurance board.
And how much does it take them to do that a year?
It varies every year.
From what to what?
I don't have that in front of me.
Any idea? Any recollection? Ballparks? I mean, is it 10 million? Is it 30 million? Is it?
I don't have that ballpark, so I don't want to give an incorrect answer right now.
I guess I was just curious why we were not expiring more of it if it's not necessary.
That's not to say that as we look at the rest of our budget this year that there won't be more dollars coming out of this fund.
I have a couple ideas on where we could spend it.
I'm sure, as do I, okay? As part of our whole budget, there'll be some of that. Anyway.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report your title.
Senate Bill 341.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted, or members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 351, dedicating severance tax proceeds.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 351 will deal with dedicating severance tax proceeds. This bill amends current code relating to the dedication of severance taxes to the West Virginia Infrastructure General Obligation Debt Service Fund. For quite some time, current law has allowed the first $22.5 million to go fund our infrastructure fund. This bill is changing that the amount deposited into that fund shall only be enough to cover principal and interest. In essence, we have been overfunding our debt payment obligation over the last few years. This bill is basically dropping the maximum amount to $22.25 million, so it's $250,000. In the way of some background for the members, the fiscal note shows our debt service schedule for the next 10 years. And the debt service schedule varies from a low of about 21 million, 800,000 to a high of 22 million. In essence, we're going to save roughly $500,000 in fiscal year 17 and going forward by taking up this bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Yes.
If I understand this correctly, we have been making payments greater than what we owed on this debt service, and this will take it to exactly what we're supposed to pay?
I may have misstated that. We funded up to $22.5 million. It's just dropping the maximum amount.
But I'm just trying to get this straight in my head here. So by dropping that down, does that mean we're going to make payments for a longer period of time?
Nope. No. The term of the bond payments will not change at all. Every single payment going forward for the next 10 years is below that $22.25 million maximum that we can take from severance tax payments.
Okay. So the what we were paying above the line, where did that go?
Into the fund, into the old.
So we still have that
yes.
money?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
John from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
I can see you look forward with anticipation to my question.
Every day. and you know, it's only going to get better, too, I'm sure.
There are many that share that same view. Does the fact that we reduce this, well, let me ask you this. When we pay more into the fund or the debt retirement than what we have to, does that increase the amount of money that's available for infrastructure loans?
Yes, it does.
So theoretically, by reducing this, we are trimming back what will be available in the future in terms of infrastructure loans?
Potentially.
Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 92 ayes, 6 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 351.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 96 ayes, 2 nays, 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please report the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 449, supplemental appropriation from State Fund General Revenue to Department of Administration Public Defender Services.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Busy day today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 449 is a supplemental appropriation that is moving $15.3 million of the 26 that we just talked about over to the Department of Administration to pay public defender services. In the way of some background, we discussed this in the Finance Committee. Our general revenue budget has historically underfunded public defenders. This has been going on for a number of years. In our general revenue budget, it's a $31 million line item. The expenses of our public defender service have exceeded that, and so what we have in front of us is an additional supplemental to pay for services that have already been rendered. So in the fiscal year 16, the total expenditures for public defender are roughly $47 million. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
For the other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill, gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the condition of this fund now?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
I hate to admit this, but I have a grandson who is a public defender, and I know they've been overspending for years, and they're in debt, I believe, as to what they should be paying those public defenders who they pay very little anyhow. So what is the overall picture of the public defenders fund? Are we still spending more money on public, or do we owe money we're not paying?
Maybe taking the gentleman's question. So in the fiscal year 16 budget, we had $31 million. And as we had services rendered by public defenders, including your son, they depleted the $31 million. So we've had services provided that payment has yet to be made, and that's what this $15 million. There's not necessarily a special fund other than what we put in the general revenue budget.
Are we current on our payment to public defenders?
We will be once we pass this particular piece of legislation.
And how is it going forward into the next fiscal year? Are we still, is it still costing us more money than we're putting into the fund?
To enlighten you and some other members as it relates to the budget that has been proposed to us by the governor, his line item for public defenders next year is $31 million. But if one looks close enough, one of his expenditure reductions is $17 million of public defender coming out of general revenue. And unless we make a change, that will be another supplemental for next year, just as it has been for the last 10 years.
Right. So, but we are keeping it current with supplemental appropriation.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman continue to yield. Gentleman yields.
It's my understanding that they haven't made payment to these attorneys since September. Is that?
I believe we heard something along that in committee.
And do we expect this supplemental? I guess they go on a June to June basis. Is that right?
Best I understand.
So do we expect this amount of supplement to cover everything through June so that they will continue to be paid up to snuff through the end of the fiscal year?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Next question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 449.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman from the 34th.
I'd like to return to the second order of business for the purpose of an introduction.
Without objection, the gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, after conferring with you, and I think they slipped in the South Gallery, fine upstanding former resident of Gasaway, and he's up in the South Gallery today, Tim Pingley. Tim, would you stand, and members please make Tim welcome, and I believe he graduated with the Speaker.
Hey, Tim. We were Tim A and Tim P all through grade school. Timmy A and Timmy P, but no longer. Further bills.
Senate Bill 450, supplemental appropriation from State Fund General Revenue to DHHR Division of Health.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 35th, Doug Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 450 is our second supplemental appropriation expiring monies from the $26 million that we just approved. All of these monies are being expired to the Department of Health and Human Resources, particularly 3 funds. It totals $4.392 million. $3.2 million of this is the state portion of the Birth to 3 program for fiscal year 16. We have seen rising costs because of the greater number of children being serviced. The second area that is being funded, $292,000 for the state portion of the 4E waiver program. And the 4E waiver program, again, deals with foster care. And over the next 5 years, roughly this program will expend $259 million in this state. The final sum is $900,000 for Rapids. And what Rapids is the benefit administration software that DHHR utilizes across the board for many of its services and matching up with all federal programs. They put this out for bid, and due to various cost increases, we're having to add $900,000 for this system. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 450.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 451, supplemental appropriation from State Fund General Revenue to Department of Military Affairs.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Doug Nelson, to explain the bill.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 451 will deplete the remainder of our $26 million. This is $7.2 million that will be going to the Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety, split between 4 different categories. The first $50,000 is going to the parole board, and they have experienced some increased cost for services provided by our Attorney General. and this is going to cover some of those increased costs. There's $867,000 for a statewide reporting center. Last year, a bill was passed that opened up 3 new youth reporting centers. This $867,000 is funding those 3 new offices that were required by last year's legislation. $5 million for the resident medical services. And what this is doing is paying for 2 contracts. A prime care for medical services for SciMed for behavioral health. And then, I guess this has some other Medicaid expenses for juvenile services. The last $1.3 million is for the Northern Regional Juvenile Center. And this continues the operations of the Ron Mulholland, I hope I said that right, Center in Wheeling. It's a contract for $2.7 million, and only $1.5 was budgeted last year, so this is covering the shortfall. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 451.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the actions of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 462, reducing deposit of excess lottery proceeds into West Virginia Infrastructure Fund.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Doug Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 462 is reducing the amount of money going from excess lottery to our infrastructure fund. In 2009, it was set up that $40 million annually would go from excess lottery into the infrastructure fund. And the infrastructure fund, the monies are used to basically fund or grant or loan monies for infrastructure projects that are primarily focused on public health, economic growth, and development in various areas. 2 years ago, due to budget issues at that time, we only funded it by $20 million, so 20 went to general revenue. Last year, instead of the 40 million, only 30 million went. The other 10 went to general revenue. Likewise this year, just like last year, instead of the 40 million going into infrastructure funding, only 30 million is proposed. One other continuance that is in this bill is historically the fund could only match up to 20% of any grants that a locality may have. Because of the lower funding, we've increased, or this bill increases that, or it remains at 50% of a project can be utilized out of this fund. So it's a little give up for potentially fewer dollars going into the fund. To give a little more background, this Infrastructure Council, besides this $30 million that they received, there's also $6 million from a debt service and excess lottery funds that goes into this account. And again, we heard earlier the $22 million that funds some bond obligation is also in this fund. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 91 ayes, 7 nays, 2 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please communicate the title. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 462.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Nelson moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 97 ayes, 1 nay, 2 members absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2823, eliminating the street and interurban and electric railways tax.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Walters, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill will remove language in current law setting forth the rate at which the B&O tax is to be imposed on street, interurban, and electric railroads. The committee reported a committee substitute which makes non-substantive technical cleanups, clarifying corrections, and providing that the tax is no longer imposed on any person engaging in or continuing within this state in the service or business of street, interurban, and electric railroads on or after January 1, 2017. The committee substitute would remove language in the current law setting forth the rate at which the business and occupation tax is imposed on street, interurban, and electric railroads. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tax cut, and I encourage passage of the bill.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2823.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 419 relating to termination of Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the amendment. Gentleman from 35th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from 35th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bear with me as I step back and give a little background on this. Senate Bill 419 deals with our old workers' comp fund and the funding. And yesterday, I passed out 2 pages, and hopefully most of you still have that. But quickly, 2005, the body here put in place a mechanism to fund or to handle what then was an unfunded obligation of over $4 billion. The body at that time created a mechanism of payments. And I'll go through that. And again, that was one of the pages that was handed out yesterday. But at that time, that $4 billion, there was over 50,000 potential claims. I'm happy to report that that's down below 15,000 now in 10 years. But in the way of revenue sources, at that time totaled $250 million annually that were to go in and pay this old unfunded liability. 95 million was coming in from personal income tax. So instead of that 95 going into general revenue, it was going in to this old fund. There was $11 million that came from excess lottery that was redirected to payments into this fund. There was a surcharge on privately insured employees, two components there, roughly 49 million that was redirected to pay this. And then the final portion was some additional severance taxes that were put on our extracting industries. This added an additional 56 cents per ton on coal. It added an additional 4.7 cents per MCF of natural gas. And then it imposed a 2.78% severance on timber, which was over and above what they were paying at that point. And again, these are, with the coal and the gas industry, were excess payments over and above their 5% severance tax. So we move ahead over these last 10 years, and we are now to a point, as of the end of last June, that our obligation is down to approximately $90 million. So we've gone from a $4 billion hole to a hole of only $90 million. And I tell you, there's two industries that really are to thank for that. One, coal. In the period from when this fund began until about 2012, had a tremendous growth in tonnage. So they paid extra dollars into this fund. Then in the last 3 to 4 years, our natural gas industry has grown tremendously. At least production has grown tremendously. So they have paid tremendously into this fund, over and above what was projected. So now we're to a point that we're awful close to this fund being fully funded. The bill that was presented by the governor basically stated that if our budget deficit as of December 1, 2015 exceeded $100 million, which it did, that he could, or this bill would allow us to approve, redirecting various dollars into our general revenue account this year, 2016. What was proposed in the original bill totaled roughly a $90 million redirection. So what the governor proposed was the remaining funds from personal income, roughly $53 million from February through the end of June, our fiscal year, would not go into the old workers' comp, but would go back into our general revenue fund. The governor's also redirected all severance taxes, the 56 cents on coal, the 4.7 on gas, and the 2.78 on timber as of February through the end of June to our general fund, roughly 39 million. And if I can, and then the timber, originally he proposed that for these 4 months that would go back into our general fund. But his bill also said that timber would go back as of July 1 and start paying a higher severance tax than was agreed to. I failed to note that in the bill, effective July 1 going forward, the personal income tax would remain in general revenue, at least 60 million of it, and the other 30 million would go to our OPEB liability. And then as of July 1, in his bill, all these additional severance taxes would go back to the industry, back to industry that is hurting very, very bad. Tremendous job losses. That 56 cents, as we heard in committee, is really needed with our coal industry now. As is the 4.7 in the gas, because so much of our volume we're at such lower margins. What the committee substitute in finance added, I'll have to say that in Senate, on the Senate side, they basically eliminated any effect of timber.
We're going to move you over to the Senate right now as they are taking up a House message on House Bill 4145, the concealed carry bill. The House just amended the House bill and the Senate amendments to the bill, so now we'll see what the Senate will do with House Bill 4145. This is the concealed carry bill. You are watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. We're taking you live into the Senate chamber now as they take up House Bill 4145, the concealed carry bill. The House had just amended the Senate amendments, and now the Senate must consider what the House did to the bill. You can see there's a group of senators on the floor just at the lower right edge of your screen. They're probably looking over and discussing what the House has done to this measure and to decide what to do about it. The message on the Senate board there says concur and pass. So it could be that the Senate will just accept the House amendment regarding a tax credit of $50 for a permit on a concealed carry permit, and maybe they will accept that tax credit. The House is continuing listening to an amendment by the House Finance Committee Chair Eric Nelson regarding the termination of the Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act. The House is still talking about that amendment to that bill, which is on second reading today, not up for passage.
Senate be in order. Message be received, the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendment to House Bill 4145. The House amendment inserts a $50 tax credit. The bill as passed by the House originally included a $100 tax credit, which was removed by the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment. The tax credit broadly applies to anyone granted a license. The new $50 credit would apply to a person obtaining the initial license or paying for training. And I urge that I'll be glad to answer questions, and I urge that the Senate concur in this amendment.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment for engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4145. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor say, Senator from Jefferson.
Would Majority Leader yield?
Senator yields. Senator yields.
$50. Do we have an idea of what the impact on the fiscal impact to the state is for that amendment?
Well, we have an estimate based on the fact that because it's very much dependent on who receives training and how many people apply for the permits and so forth, that it could be as much as $3 million, as much as, but the thought process, it'll be substantially less than that.
So if my math's correct, the bill we just rejected from the education report was a hole in the budget of $14 million. And then this would be an additional, be $17 million total.
The maximum cost of this could be up to $3 million, as I alluded to.
All right, thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
I rise briefly to point out that it took the House to put a safety training measure in this bill. I still don't think the bill's right. I still don't think we have any common sense, but the House had to put in an opportunity for safety into a bill that we considered for days here. And I would agree the bill's going to pass anyways. I think we should concur in the amendment, but I think we should take the opportunity to make that training mandatory for anybody that's going to carry a gun amongst our citizens, our family, and our children. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment for engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4145. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This is expected to pass, and it goes to the governor's desk for his signature since the Senate has concurred with the House amendment.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 24 yeas, 9 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
And we're going to go back to the House now as they take up bills on second reading. They are still discussing the Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act.
Was replaced later by the personal income tax.
Okay. And did the original legislation say that we were going to put $95 million in beginning in 2008 from personal income tax, or was that an amendment later as well?
It was an amendment made after the fact.
Okay. So what we know is at the time of the original agreement and deal that the state of West Virginia was not agreeing to put in $95 million a year in personal income tax. Fair?
The state of, well, I guess this body at that time had passed legislation as it related to total payments, and so maybe certain sources changed and were amended over those first few years.
Well, I mean, are you saying that we somehow didn't fund it with something and just replaced it with the income tax? I thought we had agreed that originally the $95 million wasn't in there.
The total monies all added up. The 50 million were tobacco funds for a couple of years. And we issued some bonds, and then the 50 million went to pay those tobacco bonds and was replaced by 50 million in personal income tax.
Was that part of the original agreement, though, or was that by separate legislation that occurred after 2006?
The amount equaled the original agreement.
I'm sorry?
The funding was the same as the original agreement. Sources changed.
So you're saying that in the original agreement in 2006, the state of West Virginia, either through tobacco or personal income tax, had committed $95 million a year? Is that?
There was 95 million as part of the total of 250, yes, from between personal income tax and tobacco. Does that answer your question?
Well, not exactly. I mean, what I see in the first...
Where are you going with this?
Yeah. Well, what I see is in the first year, and my recollection is I thought we changed the legislation and started paying additional money at a later point in time. And maybe I'm wrong. That's why I've asked, and I'm not sure that you're clear on your answer.
Just substituted dollars.
Well, we certainly knew when we started that we weren't going to have tobacco settlement money forever to pay.
I wasn't around then, so I can't answer that.
Well,
Were you here then?
Let me ask you. Yes, I was, as a matter of fact. And I'm just going on my recollection, and maybe I'm inaccurate. That's why I've asked you, and I'm not sure we've cleared it up completely. But let's at least put it this way. In 2007, we put in surplus money, by my calculations, of $8.8 million out of the general fund into this fund. Are you able to?
I'll take your word for it.
And then I also see where we put surplus monies. This would have been out of the general fund of $42 million in 2008, $147 million in 2009, and $43.5 million in 2010. Are you able to confirm? These numbers were provided by the tax department at my request.
Well, I don't have the same piece of paper in front of me, so no, I cannot.
Well, assuming they're accurate, then you would agree that the state of West Virginia, the taxpayers of the state of West Virginia, put in substantially more money, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of $250 million over and above what was originally agreed to back in 2006. If those numbers are correct. Fair enough?
We are back live in the House. They continue discussing an amendment to Senate Bill 419 relating to termination of Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act. We are recording today's Senate floor session, and you will see that later on today.
You know, to the extent that your comments are some additional funding came in from the original agreement, yes, but then I will also say that we've had more funding from our insurance premiums come in to these obligations, just like we've had additional funding over and above what was expected from our coal severance and gas severance. So I believe this was a fluid agreement that this body looked at an obligation that they truly wanted to meet.
You agreed that if the numbers are correct from tax and revenue, that the taxpayers put in another $250 million. Fair? After the initial agreement.
You know, every single one of these dollars that have gone in here is taxpayer.
Well,
it's a taxpayer in one form or another.
All right, I'll take that as a yes, since I'm not hearing a specific denial. Would you also agree with me that if you look at this, contrary to what you thought earlier was that coal severance tax had increased dramatically after the original agreement was reached, it actually declined, did it not? I mean, in 2007 and 2008, it was at, which were the first full years after the bill, it was 86 and 84 million. And then thereafter, it went to roughly 78 for the next 3 years, 71, 65. So actually, those revenues declined. Fair enough?
Production did decline, however, and I do have your same paper now so we can compare notes. I believe you'll see that in fiscal year 06, coal paid $36 million, which jumped to $86 million in 07, $84 million in 08, and then we've had a decline in the market since, which less production, fewer dollars at 56 cents a ton.
Fair enough, but for most of those years, it declined from the first full year afterwards. Fair enough?
I will say that every year with the exception, well, every year since 06, we've been higher than the baseline in 06. At least 2 times in most cases.
Okay. And certainly the state of West Virginia has been far more than baseline with their $250 million in surplus, our taxpayers. Fair enough?
All taxpayers have participated in this.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Spinagle moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Spinagle 2-23.
Gentleman from the 55th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment to the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, what my amendment does, it still continues on with the governor's request to backfill the 2016 budget. However, instead of giving tax cuts at the end of July 1st, my amendment takes that money and funds PEIA. It's $110 million. And that money will continue to sit there with the transfer, coal, oil, and gas, which where the tax cuts are requested, until we come up with a plan to pay for PEIA. And at that time, here hopefully in the next 17 days, that money is released, it passes through, coal, oil, and gas, and timber all get their tax cuts, and we have found another revenue stream for PEIA, and so it's fully funded. If we fail to act in the next 17 days to fully fund PEIA, then those tax cuts will not occur, and that will continue to fund PEIA. So being that it's a major concern for us, and we can rise all ships, we can put coal, oil and gas, PEIA, we can solve it all by doing this, and it puts a little more stress and a little more emphasis on us to fix PEIA. So that's what my amendment does, and I request the right to close.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this amendment because, as I said on the floor, and I saw Murray, I think, as a major coal operator in the state, 56 cents a ton is killing the coal industry. And we have a plan. The Senate has passed a dollar pack on cigarettes, which will help fully fund PEIA. And we don't need to take this money away from people who deserve to have their taxes reduced. And PEIA is going to be taken care of without this amendment.
Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Nelson.
The gentleman yield for a...
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
In reading your amendment, where are the funds directed? I mean, what is the absolute name of the fund in your amendment?
It's the workers' comp fund is what this is the bill that we're working on, 419.
I guess
where the money is directed, the $110 million, or 112, I think you just cited, for 2016, still goes through to fill out the back part of our budget shortfall of $350 million. As of July 1st, however, the way the bill works now, which you explained, is then those tax cuts, so that workers' comp all comes off and goes back. Okay?
Right.
What mine does is redirect it to PEIA, so it sits there to funds PEIA.
Well, I was just asking about the fund, and as I read this and have been told, this is the fund for our OPEB. It is not the PEIA fund. So I may have to question I hear the intent, but the source that you're directing your funds to is the wrong one.
I don't believe that's correct. I believe it directly spells out there and goes to general revenue fund, and also it allows, once the governor has a plan that comes through, it allows him it basically gives the governor the authority to go ahead and write off this amount directly to him.
Well,
so once we act hopefully in the next 17 days on your plan that you claim that you have for PEIA, and we implement that plan, then this is basically a benign amendment. It does nothing because it won't affect anything. We're just stressing that we want to put PEIA as a priority before corporate tax cuts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll get up, I rise to oppose the gentleman's amendment. Everybody in this body is extremely concerned about where we are with our PEIA obligations. And there are other avenues that this body, House Finance, will be addressing our PEIA funding going forward. But as I mentioned earlier, as of July 1, these additional severance taxes are going back to a couple of industries that are really hurting. They employ a lot of people, and these people buy a lot of services. And, for our state to come back, we need to look at those that have truly supported us. And, Mr. Speaker, again, I think that this is the wrong vehicle once again to look at trying to handle an issue that is handled in our 2017 budget that's being put together. I urge the members to reject the amendment.
Gentleman from 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just point out, first of all, I would suggest that we reject the gentleman's amendment, and I would point that out for a specific reason. The gentleman said that his amendment, if we adopt it today and we then adopt in the next 17 days or by the end of the budget session, the plan to protect and stabilize PEIA, that his amendment would be benign, I think was the word that he used. However, I would invite the members to actually look at the language of the gentleman's amendment. And if you look it has two parts. There's a top paragraph and then a bottom paragraph. If you look at the top paragraph on the 5th line down, what the gentleman's amendment actually does is not stabilize PEIA where it is today. The gentleman's amendment reverts back to benefit levels of FY 2015. Now, I'm not for certain exactly what those benefit levels were in FY 2015, but I know that those are not the benefit levels that have been discussed in the press. The benefit levels discussed in the press that have been used as a political football here for the 47 days or however many days we've been here are the FY 17 benefit levels, FY 17. Currently in FY 16, the gentleman's amendment returns PEIA to the FY15 levels. And so what we're talking about there is undoing, by this amendment, the administrative action that the PEIA Finance Board has taken over the last 2 years in establishing their benefit rates and premium levels. And so I don't know what the fiscal note is on the gentleman's amendment, but I know it is not the $115 million that was reported in the press that's an issue, and it's certainly not the $67 million which was relayed to the legislature that needs to be addressed this year, which is addressed in the budget. And so I would suggest that while the gentleman's amendment is, I think, well-intentioned, it is technically unsound, as has been pointed out by the gentleman from the 35th, and it creates a huge hole, and we have no idea what that number is unless he's going to inform us later on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? Before I recognize the gentleman from the 55th to close debate on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first off, PEIA is not a political football. It's a priority for 220,000 West Virginians in the state of West Virginia, 1 in 7. Now, we are on the 43rd day of the legislative session, and we're sitting here getting ready to pass out $110 million in corporate tax cuts, and we have yet to address PEIA. We got over $800 million budget deficit. We got a $120 million hole for PEIA, and we're writing off $110 million in corporate tax cuts on the 43rd day of a 60-day legislative session. My amendment's very clear and does something very straightforward. It sets forth this corporate tax cut money over to PEIA. Once it's in PEIA, at some point in time, we're going to hear, hopefully, a plan from the majority, or maybe this will give it a little bit of urgency to fix PEIA. We only got 17 days left here. If this amendment goes through, it allows a lot of people in this room to know that when they vote on this, we got a fix for PEIA. It allows a lot of people in this room to go back home and say, we did not put corporate tax cuts ahead of the 220,000 people in the state of West Virginia on PEIA. It causes this bill to go ahead and fund PEIA. It forces us to have a plan, and so once we implement that plan, everybody wins. PEIA, coal, natural gas, timber. Instead of just sitting here picking winners and losers, which is what we're doing. We can have a win-win for the state of West Virginia, everybody. If we do not do this amendment, then we're basically saying PEIA is not a concern. We're just going to keep kicking it down the road for 17 more days. We may get there. You know, I know a lot of people in here are big fans of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan will always say, one of the quotes I like to attribute it to him, trust but verify. You guys keep saying, trust us, we got a plan. Trust us, we got a plan. All right, I'm willing to trust you. But let's have some verification. That's all this does. If you get the plan in the next 2 weeks, this amendment goes away. Coal, oil, and gas get their money, which is what you want. We want to get fixed PEIA. Everybody can win. That's all this amendment does. So that's my hope. It's my hope that the majority will sometime get this plan moving. 17 days. We're on day 43. We've been talking about this before session even started. So this is a good amendment. This is something for the entire state of West Virginia. If you support this amendment, you're putting your faith in the House leadership team that they're going to come up with a PEI plan. If you don't support this amendment, then you're questioning, is there a plan, or do you have no support whatsoever for PEIA, because the likelihood of PEIA getting fixed is highly unlikely. But we want to get those corporate tax cuts out of here. So we want to work together. We want to fix rise all boats, just not select certain few. So I would ask your support for the amendment.
Gentleman from the 40th, Delegate Armstead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would ask pursuant to Rule 49, since this, and I would ask it as to these amendments to any questions and on the passage tomorrow on this bill, whether I should be excused from voting. The company for which I work is primarily a natural gas pipeline company, but also may have some drilling that would be affected by these taxes that are affected by this bill, and therefore I'd ask if I should be excused from voting.
To the gentleman, as we've discussed on previous occasions, I would find that in your particular situation, you would be a member of a class, and as such, as a member of a class would not be adversely or positively affected by the passage of this bill. Therefore, you should vote on the measure. You've got two people that are against.
The gentleman has closed debate on the amendment to the amendment, but for what purpose does the gentleman from the first seek recognition?
Rule 49. My ex-wife has PEIA. We're very good friends now, but just wanted to throw that out there.
I don't know how big the class of people who are still good friends with their ex-wives is, but to the extent it would affect you, it would be as a member of a class and therefore be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 53rd.
Same thing, Mr. Speaker. Request Rule 49. Being an active underground coal miner, this could potentially, impact my job one way or the other.
To the gentleman as well, to the extent that it would have any direct impact to you, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore, the gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Perry.
PEI recipient, same request.
The gentleman would be as a member of a class, and therefore you'd be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Moy.
PEI recipient, same request.
Same ruling. To the extent you would be affected would be as a member of a class. So, to the extent that say we have a number of members, if you are a PEI participant and you wish to make a Rule 49 request, please push your recognition button at this point. Would ask the clerk to, and please leave them on until we are able to take all the names down.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We're bringing you today's House floor session live. We have recorded today's Senate floor session, and we'll bring you that once the House floor session has concluded. All right, the clerk has informed me they have taken down the names of those who have requested a Rule 49 ruling as a result of being a participant in PEIA. To those members, it would be the ruling of the chair that you would be a member of a class and therefore would be directed to vote. So if you would now turn off any lights requesting that ruling. Are there any members requesting a ruling on any other basis? Lady from the 51st, Delegate Fritsch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have family members that are on PEIA.
Okay.
Same
To
basis.
the lady, the same ruling would apply, that it would be as a member of a class, therefore you'd be directed to vote. Any other members seeking a ruling pursuant to Rule 49? John from the 13th, Delegate Ely. Family members that are members. Same ruling to the gentleman from the 13th. All right, question before the House is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment by the gentleman from the 55th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments?
Delegates Skinner, Farah, McGee, Folk, and Fluharty move to amend the finance amendment. This is HFA Skinner 2-23.
Gentleman from the 67th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 67th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coal, oil, and gas are not the only industries that are hurting in West Virginia. And as we pointed out before, there's a line on here that came from the folks at the tracks. And one of the things that we're not doing in the underlying bill is expiring those $11 million a year payments. So since 2005, $11 million came out of the PERS funds at the tracks. Now, this amendment would simply repair that and fix the promise that was made back in 2005. Now, I want to talk for just a minute about what's happening in thoroughbred racing. Because our PERS funds have been subject to ongoing nibbles from the legislature, our breeding is actually down in West Virginia. In Maryland, breeding is up. Our PERS funds are actually down by almost 50%. What happens is if we don't have the PERS funds, then we can't pay out to the people who are winning the races. If we can't pay out to the people who are winning the races, they can't buy the horses. They can't raise the horses. They can't train the horses. There are about 5,500 jobs directly related to thoroughbred racing in West Virginia. And these jobs are veterinarians, they're guys who shovel manure, they're jockeys, they're trainers. These are the people who do the really hard work. We have an industry in West Virginia that we should be proud of, and we shouldn't be treated differently than coal. It's fundamentally fair that we get treated the same way. And I'd ask that you consider this amendment to make sure that all industries who've been paying, and we paid over $100 million, that all industries are treated the same way. Thank you. I reserve the right to close and ask for a roll call vote.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and gosh, get my stuff straight. Appreciate the gentleman's concern about the industry in the Eastern Panhandle as the same industry in the Northern Panhandle, and the industry here in our backyard. We have 4 different entities that participated in these dollars some years ago. And I guess it is unfortunate that I got some numbers here on live handle betting. Gosh, back in 1987, live handle at our racetracks was over $300 million. As a 14, live handle is below $30 million. The statutory and appropriated funds coming out of excess lottery for our racing industry totaled in excess of $50 million last year. And the gentleman's amendment does 2 things, or a couple of things. One, I mentioned earlier in House Finance how we amended the bill to capture or to redirect remaining dollars in the lottery, the excess lottery, as well as remaining dollars in insurance to come in to help close our gap in fiscal year 16. The bill also says that we will take or redirect half of those funds for fiscal year 17 into our general revenue to help close the gap. The gentleman's amendment would, in essence, take the extra roughly $5 million in fiscal year 16, and such we have a larger hole in 16 that we must fill by whatever measure that may be. Higher taxes, cuts. Just likewise, it's at least $5.5 million that's taken away for fiscal year 17. Again, we've got to find a source of those funds. The gentleman's amendment, and he did make reference earlier, 2 years ago, these monies were taken below the line, so they became subject to full appropriation of this body. And this is a subject maybe for this body at a later date, but we still have a number of what are called fixed statutory buckets that this body does not have the ability to have any appropriation to or any say. But again, that's another story. But the gentleman's amendment, if as I get it right, would redirect the $11 million coming from lottery. Once the governor proclaims that the old fund is fully paid, and it takes it up above the line to a statutory bucket, that these $11 million would automatically go to supporting purses for our racing industries. This body would not have any say. The way the current legislation is without this amendment, same thing. Once the governor proclaims that this old fund has been fully paid, it stays in its bucket below the line, $11 million, subject still to be appropriated at our will, if you will, to the racing industry. It's still in its bucket, but it's in front of this committee, this body, instead of statutorily going. Mr. Speaker, I urge rejection of the amendment. We desperately are looking at many sources to fund our gap for this year and next. And again, with all due respect to the industries that we need to take plenty of attention to, I urge the rejection of the amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the first, Elliott McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair of the Finance Committee yield?
Gentleman yields.
Where does the funds in the Lottery Commission derive from? Where do they come from?
From the gaming at our casinos.
Yeah, where are those casinos located and those gaming organizations located?
All of them at racetracks,
right,
with the exception of our historic facility.
So would it be fair to say that two of the major racetracks are represented in this amendment fall within my district and the gentleman from Jefferson's district?
And I have one in my district.
Right. That'd be fair, though, right?
That's fair.
So do you think it's also fair to take my constituents' money from my district and the gentleman for Jefferson's money, constituents' money from his district, and just redistribute it into the general revenue fund? Especially after promises were made. This government made a promise to return that money, which originates from my district and from the gentleman from Jefferson's district, back to where the original funds came from. Don't you think that's fair?
We're redirecting a number of different dollars.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I say we're redirecting a number of dollars.
Right. So you're
In this fiscal
redistributing
year.
a bunch of different dollars.
Yes, sir.
Right. So you think that's fair then?
I guess fairness is in the eyes of the beholder.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm sorry to say, can I speak to the bill now?
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is really just about keeping promises. Can we uphold the government's promise that was made several years ago? We're seeing that the promises have been kept or going to be kept with the coal industry, timber industry, the gas industry, but why not the horse racing industry? Why is that promise not going to be kept to my constituents and to the Eastern Panhandle's constituents? And I'm sorry if I just don't trust politicians, excuse me, below the line, when you have it below the line to appropriate those dollars back. I just don't trust that. And so I think it's very important that the government keeps its word. And that's what this amendment is really about. Thank you.
Gentleman from 36, Doggett Row.
Would the Chair of Finance yield?
Gentleman yields.
I'm having trouble understanding. As I understand the amendment, I think, is that racing industry is being treated differently from the extractive industries, and that apparently something was passed several years ago that caused that. Does his amendment just return us to the point where the racing industry is going to be treated like the extractive industries, or does it do something different?
We are still debating amendments to Senate Bill 419 relating to the termination of Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act. This is the governor's bill, and it's on second reading, so they are just discussing amendments, not the bill itself.
I believe there's a distinction between the two in the sense that our extractive industries had an additional charge imposed upon them years ago. These funds, as it relates to the purses, are still there. That wasn't anything additional outside as far as a charge that was faced by our extraction industries. Once the old fund is repaid, these dollars will be appropriated or are in the appropriation line in a bucket for support of the purses.
But I guess I don't understand. Are you saying that the extractive industries have paid a surcharge, additional severance tax to fund the old workers' comp fund liability that the racing industry was not charged?
That's correct.
But is the racing industry going to see some change as a result of the old fund workers' comp liability being paid off?
These dollars would then be subject to appropriation coming back to purses.
Okay, so the racing industry was charged in some form to pay for the old workers' comp liability.
One could say that $11 million or fewer available for purses. There were 11 million fewer dollars for purses.
Well, what I'm having trouble with is that it feels like that we're trying to deal with what do we do with the money that we had charged folks to cover the old workers' comp liability. And I'm having trouble seeing the difference between what we've done with the extractive industry tax dollars and what we're doing with racing industry tax dollars. And apparently the extractive folks paid some additional surcharge that the racing industry did not charge. But the racing industry has been required in some form to help cover the old fund liability from workers' comp.
As have almost every single employer in this state through the form of higher insurance premiums, which just like the racing industry, when the old fund is paid off, we will have lower workers' compensation premiums across the board.
Right. Well, I thought the old fund really was outside of the current premium structure where we have privatization of workers' compensation.
Well, these two are one and the same.
All right. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. You mentioned 300 million. Did the state give the race in the industry 300 million? Is that over a period of time, or?
No. That's what people that attended our 4 racetracks bet on racing. That was the live handle that was wagered at the racetrack.
So they're not subsidized any by the state. They never received any kind of subsidies over the years, the racetracks.
Yes, there have been extra funds flowing into purses over the years.
That came from the state taxpayers, or?
It came from overall lottery revenues, which in one form or another, a taxpayer.
They received it. Has any of the other extraction industries, have they received any kind of help from the state over the years that you're aware of? I know they've paid quite a bit, but I was just curious if they received any kind of benefits from the state.
Maybe not in the same form here.
Okay. And have there been layoffs? I know you look at southern West Virginia, it's devastated right now because of the layoff of just the coal industry, and the oil gas is falling behind it. Are we facing those same kind of problems in the panhandles or wherever the horse racing is? Are they massive layoffs that you're aware of?
I'm not aware. I read in the paper certain things, and I have not seen the same coverage with job losses.
Yeah. All right. I was just curious if we was all being treated fair, extraction companies and horse racing. All right. Thank you.
John from 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
What is the net dollars that the horse racing and gaming industry also brings back to the state, and what you take away with the purse funds that go back to them?
I don't have that in front of me.
Well, it's fair to say it's probably in the hundreds of millions of dollars per year.
Again, I don't have that in front of me.
How much money in the most recent fiscal year completed went back to the tracks in the form of purse funds or improvement funds?
Fiscal year 15. Total purse-related funds totaled $63 million.
Would it be fair to say over the years that the horse racing industry and the gaming industry, where the casinos are co-located with those horse racing industry, they've been a net provider to the state budget? Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, and it's another reason with some of our current fiscal situation is that we had a gaming industry that saw some very good years until competition came into play. Just like the coal industry in competition has had a negative effect.
Would it surprise you to know that I believe that at least in Charlestown, I'm aware of some people that have been laid off?
It's unfortunate, but no, it wouldn't surprise me.
Thank you.
Adjourned for the 22nd, Delegate Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
I'm a little confused. I see we're talking in the bill about the racetrack video lottery, and we're talking about a lot of purse information. I'm trying to distinguish the two. Can you help me out?
Those funds of the $11 million are all tied in to purses. It was just one of the buckets.
Okay, so the purses are...
The label of video lottery was a general category of the funds that came in a general context.
Okay. And I think you already answered from the delegate this question earlier, but I don't see the coalfield modernization fund in here. There isn't one?
No.
Coalfield modernization fund? But
No.
there is a racetrack modernization fund. Thank you, sir.
Further members desire to speak to the amendment before I recognize the gentleman from 67. Gentleman from 38, Doggett Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to explain the difference between the severance tax issue and the purse fund. There's a fundamental difference between the two, and that is that what we're dealing with the underlying bill is a tax rate. What we're dealing with in the gentleman's amendment is a subsidy of tax dollars to a private business. Now, I know that that is not what people want to hear or accept or the way that we want to talk about that, but the fact of the matter, that is exactly what this is. There is a tax placed on video lottery proceeds at the tracks. That tax is collected. It is distributed through the fund, as the gentleman from the 35th has explained. A portion of those taxes collected were then in the past historically dedicated to what is called the purse fund. The purse fund is then, or was then, used to subsidize the racing purses at the tracks. And the reason behind that, the thought process was, well, if we subsidize the breeders and the vets and everybody who works on the horses and the dogs, that we will create an attraction that people will come to the casinos. Of course, they're not casinos, they're racetracks. Somebody will come to the casino and bet on either the races or play the slot machines. That is the purpose of the purse fund. Now, the side benefit is to prop up the industry. But there is no doubt, it is a subsidy of tax dollars collected to private entities who engage in business activities. We pay them to raise horses or dogs to run races. That's what it is. So if there are people who are opposed to corporate welfare, corporate subsidies, taking care of corporations before PEIA people or anybody else in the state, then you ought to vote against the gentleman's amendment. Just for that reason. Now, secondly, earlier in the session, I talked about, with regard to PEIA and how to get funding for it, I suggested that we tap into the Greyhound Breeders Fund. And the reason I did that was because there was a recent report that said that is essentially a net loss or barely break-even activity for the state of West Virginia. We subsidize these activities to the tune of about $30 million. It generates $31 million. And our cost of administration was $900,000. So what's the point of doing all that? Now, that is the greyhounds. What we're talking about here, I believe in the gentleman's amendment, includes the horses. As we heard from the gentleman from the 35th, the live bet, the live handle, those are bets on races at the track, was it was 300 million in the 80s, and the most recent number was 29 million, I think, if I looked at the chart correctly. The 27 million. The total funds from all of the racing activities, the gentleman from the 35th explained, was $63 million. The total outlay in subsidies, as the gentleman explained, was $50 million. And so we're just barely, again, over the bar. We're just barely over the bar. Why? So my question is to you, look, I love watching the horse races on TV. I love it. You know, we watch the Kentucky Derby, we watch the Breeders' Cup, the Preakness, all those things. I enjoy that. I've been out to the track in Cross Lanes, which is in my district, and watched those dogs race. The question before us is, why are we taking tax dollars that otherwise would be tax dollars collected and dedicated to the general revenue and purposes that this body decides, taking those dollars and giving a direct corporate subsidy to private businesses? Now, maybe they're not a big corporation. Maybe it's not an oil company or a gas company or a coal company or whoever, whatever boogeyman or bad guy we want to talk about. Maybe it is a farmer. Maybe it is somebody that's got a small, 10 or 15 employees. But make no mistakes, this is not a tax rate that we're dealing with in the gentleman's amendment. It's not a tax rate. It's not a surcharge. This is a subsidy, taking tax dollars away from the public good derived here or dedicated here as we determine, and we are giving those tax dollars, and we're taking it and sticking it in the pocket of private businesses. I would suggest to you that we ought to end that across the board, whether it's horses or dogs, or if we're doing it anywhere else, roll those bills out. Let's do that too. But I think the bill as presented does a good job of protecting those tax dollars, and unfortunately, I certainly understand the gentleman from the 67th and the gentleman from the 1st in protecting the interests of their constituents. I don't begrudge them whatsoever, but I think as an overall policy, we ought to be setting the policy that we are not going to provide tax dollar direct subsidies to business interests. And I would urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment because of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for the first time again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love the gentleman from Kanawha that just spoke. I really do. But I'm going to get you a few economics books, and we'll talk later on what the real definition of subsidy is. But every dollar that goes into the Mountaineers Purse Fund at that track is generated at the Mountaineer Racetrack and Casino. Every single dollar. Just because the tax rate is 35% to 49% on gaming activity up there, and you run it through Charleston and then give it back to the purse, does not mean it's a subsidy. It's not like I'm taking, from your pocket here, from the gentleman of Kanawha, and then taking your tax dollars and then putting it into the purse. It's not redistribution. Every dollar that goes into that purse fund is generated locally right at that organization. It's not a subsidy. So it might be a little confusing, but once again, we can talk later. But I do love the gentleman from Kanawha. And also, if you enjoy the Promise Scholarship, if you enjoy senior services, you can thank my district. Okay, it's one of the most heavily taxed districts probably in the state. So all I'm asking is for this government to keep its word and return the money that was promised to the horse racing industry. Thank you.
John from 67th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 1st is correct. Let's think about if the coal industry had to deal with the kind of regulation that the horse racing industry had. Let me run you through it. We'll take, but listen to this. The money comes out, right? The money that you're paid for the coal, the state comes in and sweeps it all up, and then you got to beg for each little bit of it. If you want to buy a piece of equipment, and we like buying pieces of equipment, you got to go beg the state for your own money back, because the tax rate is the highest tax rate in the state. So it's very, very convenient to say it's a tax subsidy, but none of the money is coming from anybody else other than the racing industry and gaming. It's not a tax subsidy. It's our own money. That's why we have all these little funds. And it's politically very convenient to say, oh, we're subsidizing gaming in West Virginia. Okay, let's get rid of all the subsidies and then let's lower the tax rate to the same corporate tax rate that anybody else has, right? That's good economic theory, but that's not what we do. And let me tell you a little bit about the history of why we've generated the billions and billions and billions of dollars that have gone to every single county in West Virginia. That's because the voters in Hancock, the voters in Jefferson County were asked, do you want to have a casino? And if you want a casino, we're going to make a deal with you about horse racing. Okay? So we had a referendum. It started with slot machines. We had a referendum. It didn't take the first time, but the second time in Jefferson County, we agreed, we'll have slot machines, but you, the state of West Virginia, have got to guarantee us that you're going to support horse racing, and this is how you need to do it. And that's how it started. That was a deal made with us. And we've been sending those dollars to Charleston ever since. Then you came back and said, table games. We're going to make more money with table games. What's the deal we're going to offer to the people? We're going to give you another referendum, and we're going to guarantee you how the money can get spent on horse racing, because we realize horse racing is a $250 million economic impact in the state of West Virginia every single year. And so we did that twice. We voted 4 times in Jefferson County. That was our compact with you, with here. And in 2005, we were asked to chip in some extra money, $11 million a year, to pay for workers' comp out of the money that we'd been using in the purses, our own money. All we're asking is to hold up the bargain. Hold up your end of the bargain. It's not a coincidence that this year there's another bill pending that would change how referendums work in West Virginia. It will increase the threshold by which you can call for a referendum. Because the people in Jefferson County, the people in Hancock County, they can always say, you know what, Charleston, the deal that you're giving us is not so good. Let's take away the right for that money. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. I don't even want to threaten it or talk about it at all. But give us our end of the deal. It's fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe the gentleman demanded a roll call. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman from the 67th Amendment to the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
An amendment to Senate Bill 419 relating to the Workers' Compensation Debt Reduction Act.
So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 37 ayes, 61 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Less than the majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment to the amendment rejected. Question now before the House is the adoption of the Finance Committee amendment. Is there discussion? Not, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. As appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Further bills in second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2202 relating to more equitable disbursement of funds to county boards.
Are there amendments?
No.
If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2897, Young Entrepreneur Reinvestment Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4009, Letting Our Counties Act Locally Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4171, relating to public school calendar.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Perry, Ambler, P. Smith, Pestle, Cooper, D. Evans, Purdue, Campbell, Rowan, Westfall, Wagner, Hartman, Romine, Boggs, Caputo, Pushkin, Schaefer, Lynch, Eldridge, Morgan, A. Evans, Hamilton, Spinagle, Canterbury, P. White, Guthrie, Longstreth, Reynolds, and Rodegara moved to amend the bill. This is HFA Perry et al. 2-24.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Perry, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment. It moves the start date to August 10th. It sets the finish date for schools June 10th and uncaps the accrued instructional time. I would reserve the right to close and ask the yeas and nays.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this body, I'm sure will recall the education efficiency audit of West Virginia's primary and secondary education system that was commissioned back in 2012. And if I had to pick one finding out of that audit, it would probably be the following. And the finding reads, however, West Virginia does stand out in one area in particular. Some states are more highly regulated by code than others, and some are working under court orders that require the state agency to perform certain duties in relation to school districts. West Virginia has one of the most highly regulated systems in the country, if not the most, with many of the details of school operations spelled out in code. Senate Bill 359, in some respects, helped to address that concern, that finding of the education audit, that we were so heavily regulated from the state level. And you may recall that Senate Bill 359 provided additional flexibility for school systems to determine at the local level what is really best as far as their school calendars are concerned. And this current year that we're in was really the first year where schools had an opportunity to do that. And one of the issues that I think a lot of school systems attempted to address through their calendars that they adopted with that newfound flexibility was the ability to finish their school calendars their first semester by the end of the calendar year. So rather than have students have to come back after Christmas break and take their semester exams, for example, many of the counties used the newfound flexibility to make sure that that wasn't the case. In fact, a total of, and this is information provided by the West Virginia Department of Education, for the 2015-2016 school year, a total of 29 districts completed their first semester before Christmas. Of those 29 districts, 24 started the fall semester before August 15th. Now, I am pleased, working with my colleague from Fayette, his amendment does address, I think, a weakness in the legislation that was passed out of education that would have restricted counties to beginning no earlier than August 15th. And had that language remained in effect, and if the amendment that the gentleman has offered and his colleagues have offered, if it isn't adopted, what that would mean is that 24 counties would be precluded from operating under a calendar similar to what they've adopted this year if we do not adopt the amendment that's before us. Those counties include Barber, Braxton, Cabell, Calhoun, Fayette, Gilmer, Harrison, Jackson, Kanawha, Lewis, Mercer, Mingo, Pleasants, Raleigh, Randolph, Ritchie, Roane, Summers, Taylor, Tucker, Tyler, Upshur, Wayne, and Wood. So again, the legislation that's in the underlying legislation as it stands right now would preclude each of these counties from utilizing that newly offered freedom to establish their calendars. So again, I support the provision of the gentleman's amendment that does in most respects address that concern. There are, I believe, 2 counties that started their calendars earlier than the proposed August 10th early start date. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Greenbrier started their calendar on August 6th this year. And I believe there might have been one other county that might have started earlier, and it's not appearing to me. Perhaps that's the one county that was earlier. So again, I appreciate the gentleman's amendment for addressing that. I will say that I do have some concerns that the last date for instructional days under the proposed amendment moves to June 10th. Now, while this year all counties, based on the calendar process that they undertook, are scheduled to complete their calendars by June 8th, I think Webster County will be, barring significant additional snow, Wetzel will be concluding their calendar on June 8th. The amendment before us would accommodate that. But I do want to point out that one of the reasons that many of these counties undertook the calendars that they did was because they wanted to avoid going to school after, late in June. I'm concerned, and again, time will tell if this amendment is adopted and this legislation is ultimately adopted. Time will really tell whether, school systems will continue to make sure that they adopt a schedule that allows them to get in a sufficient number of days, because we're going to basically say that June 10th, that is the stop date. So I just want to point out, I just want everyone to understand, what they're supporting here. I think one of the other concerns, and then I'll close, is that one of the features of this legislation, the underlying legislation that I support, is allowing school systems to utilize some of their accrued minutes. Many school systems, actually have extended days and they accrue time. This legislation, the underlying legislation, will allow counties to utilize some of that accrued time. The legislation that passed out of House Education allows up to 8 days to be accrued. In conversations with the department and with the governor's office, I'm led to believe that that may be a concern of the governor, allowing that many days. Now, I think it's been argued, and I think with some validity, that the chances of actually accruing 8 days is probably fairly unlikely. However, I am advised that that may be a concern that may prevent the governors from supporting this legislation. Obviously, time will tell whether that's the case. So, in closing, while I support the amendment because I do believe it addresses my primary concern about the beginning of the calendar, I do think there are some issues with the amendment that could perhaps jeopardize passage of this legislation, and I certainly wouldn't want to see that. I will support the amendment because it gets me part of the way where I would like to be on this legislation, but I did feel that it was might be helpful to share that information with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 42nd, Delegate Ambler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising in full support of this amendment. As one of the co-sponsors of the amendment, let me take you. Greenbrier County started this year in order to try to fit the fluctuation of the 359 that was brought out. We started as students on the 4th day of August. We went the 4th and the 5th, and then we brought our students back on the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the next week, and then we dismissed for 14 days. 14 days to allow the West Virginia State Fair to conduct its business. Now, we are unique as a county because of having the State Fair. I admit to that. But I also want to make a point to you that counties have been addressing their calendars, working their time in to get the necessary time in 85 days prior to, for one semester, And that generally is being handled through before December, the Christmas break. After that, we go back in and then we have a 6-month period that also has some out-of-school days in it. This amendment, by backing it up to August the 10th, from the 15th that it was originally in the bill, addresses the concerns of those counties who wanted to start, say, on the 13th, say a Barber or a Tyler County, starting on the 13th. This allowed. The idea of putting a starting date in and an ending date in is very simple. It puts some stability in family lives. It puts some stability in the fact that having those dates, you now can certainly spend that time if you want to go on a vacation, if you want to have a second job. You can have the 4-H camps. You can have Mountaineer Boy State, Mountaineer Girl State. You can have your FFA and all of those set schedules that are actually schedules that can stay in place from year to year instead of waiting until a calendar was being formed, which generally happens in the end of March to the first part of April and then has to be approved by the state. This simply says, this amendment puts us back to a beginning and an end, something that counties have not had the flexibility in the last couple of years. It gives them the opportunity to put students, now understand this, it's only the students who will go to school on those dates. Teachers can come before and work after. So it is students in the classroom. This amendment is a good amendment. The accrued times, as the amendment states, it was originally, when we did 4117 out of our committee, it was set to have an 8-day. To get 8 days of accrued time, it's almost impossible to do that because you have to take out of those times your time for early dismissals, late arrival, all the things that have to come out of it. But what this does do by setting that date, it gives those counties an opportunity to accumulate that time which has not been there in the last few years. Counties are very resilient in building their calendars, without a doubt. They will build a calendar. They will meet the requirements. Our students will go to school 180 instructional days. That's a given. This just gives those counties that little bit of a flexibility to build that calendar to suit themselves, knowing that we as parents who have been outraged by starting on August the 1st and never knowing when we could schedule a vacation, it just puts some stability in the life. And I will tell you, I urge you to take forth a step, and honestly, I've been here 4 years, folks. I've been on that education committee for 4 years, and I believe this is the first time that we have actually moved something that will benefit the state of West Virginia's public education system and move it forward. This is a good piece of legislation. It's a good piece, and I encourage you. 28 names are on that amendment that was read a little bit ago. I encourage you to make it a 100-0 vote or whatever it is to send a message that, hey, public education can and will change in West Virginia if we just become progressive and do it. I highly encourage every one of you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 29th, Doug Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to follow such a passionate speech as such my colleague from Greenbrier, but I will stand to support this amendment to this bill. As has been pointed out, this will give some stability to parents over the summer. Make no mistake about it. When parents get ready to go on vacation, they're going to go, whether the kids are in school or out of school. This, and the way our calendar is set up now, they don't know when school's going to start or when it's going to stop. This will give them a window that they can plan for. This piece of legislation will very likely keep students in school more because parents will be able to plan those vacations. The part of this bill that applies to the accrued time, I think most of you will understand what I'm going to tell you. If you work overtime at your job, you want to be paid for it, don't you? I think everybody would say yes. Our students spend more hours or minutes per day in the classroom than is required of them by state law. But it accounts for nothing for them. They don't get paid for it. This bill will allow them to make use of that extra time they spend in the classroom, time on task. We're not talking about recesses and lunch. We're talking about time on task that they accrue. They can use this to make up for lost instructional days. No, we're not giving them a free pass. They're earning it. They're already earning it. Now we're going to be allowed, they will be getting paid for it. As my colleague has already said, this is a very good piece of legislation. I'm excited about it. I encourage all of you to vote yes.
Gentleman from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this. I think one thing that's not been said today in regards to the time that's accrued is this gives counties the ability to make up days. They're working this time. The teachers are there. The students are there. They're building this bank time, but yet they're not able to make up days they missed because snow, rain, flood, or whatever it may be. This gives them that ability to make up that time. That way they're not pushed back into July and August from the school. That's the most important point that we need to not forget. As the delegate from the 29 said, you have teachers that are working, yet they're not getting paid. They're already receiving one of the lowest salaries in the nation, and yet this legislature is yet to take that issue up. We're asking them to work overtime, but yet they're still not going to get paid for that. This gives us one tool in the toolbox to help teachers and students balance their calendar, work out the issues they have, and more importantly, hold our local boards of education. We can hold their feet to the fire. Listen, you're going to do this. This is the way it's going to be. I've seen how the calendar's been made. My wife was on the calendar committee in Mingo County. They brought all their proposals forward, but yet the HR director and the superintendent still said no. So they put all the work in to fix the calendar, make it right. The teachers spend all this extra time trying to work on their calendar, but yet you have two people at the board's office who want to put their foot down and say, nah, we don't want that. And they still do what they want to do. So we as a legislative body now can stand up to those superintendents and those HR directors and say, listen, your feet are held to the fire. You're going to do this. You have to meet your calendar in these time frames. And we keep the concentration of power away from the top-heavy central offices in the state. We allow our teachers who are on the planning committee for the scheduling to do their duty, do their job, and not be overruled by a superintendent or HR director. This amendment's great. It helps, like I said, keep the checks and balances on your superintendent and HR directors. It adds for flexibility and stability in the classroom. But what I like about it more than anything is we can finally use the bank time that the overtime that teachers are working and not getting paid for. So I support the amendment and also urge this legislature to take up teacher pay raises because they're working overtime, but they're not getting paid for it, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentleman from 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yields.
I agree with the first part of the amendment and the third part of the amendment, both great changes. But all four of my counties have faced threats of removing spring break for the past 2 years, this year and last year. They're currently going till June 10th and 11th right now, and I have a problem with the June 10th. Will that cause problems for other counties as well?
As I shared in my comments, this year, I believe Wetzel is scheduled to be the last school to complete their instructional calendar, and June 8th is their date this year. Barring significant weather, I think it's fair to presume that they will complete their instructional calendar prior to the proposed June 10th date here. The concern that I've heard based on talking with the department and the governor's office is that one of kind of the driving forces in many of these school systems adopting the calendars that they have is to avoid the problem that I believe that you kind of outlined of not wanting to lose some of those other periods such as spring break, not wanting to extend into late June. I think the concern is that by moving that date into June 10th, counties may not have as much incentive to adopt calendars such as they did this year, where they ensure that they're going to get in all of their required days. So I think that is a concern. And I will add that I support the underlying purpose of the bill as far as providing additional flexibilities for counties to meet the requirement by allowing the use of accrued time. I think we're in general agreement on that. I think there is some debate on how many of those accrued days that you should have. I think the initial subcommittee report that was reported to our committee recommended up to 5 days be possible of accrued time. The legislation that passed out of education set that number at 8. This amendment basically says that you can have unlimited. Now, again, granted, the likelihood of accruing many more days in excess of 3 to 5 days is probably not likely. But to be clear, this amendment says that you can have unlimited accrued time count towards days.
And I appreciate the June 15th cutoff, and I struggle with June 10th because I've heard so much complaints about canceling spring break and concerns about teachers and students and parents who've made spring break plans to have that canceled on them if this goes through. So while I support the first and third parts, I struggle with having that June 10th date, and wasn't sure if that was changeable or not, if that was a hard fix.
I share your concern.
Thank you. At the appropriate time, can I speak to the bill?
Gentleman may proceed.
We've heard about how this benefits parents and students to plan their vacation, their summer vacation, but by moving this June 15 to June 10, I think it really jeopardizes spring breaks that many people do book as soon as the school calendar comes out. So while I do support the first and third parts of this, I can't support the amendment overall.
Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the amendment, please.
Lady may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I would rise in support of this amendment. When we made the changes to the school calendars, I heard many parents, teachers have great concern of knowing what was going to happen, how they were going to plan their vacations. One of the things that have happened in both in the counties that I represent, was Randolph and Pocahontas County, we have a lot of snow days. Last year we had 19 and 22 different snow days. That made it very difficult. And the students were all concerned that they were not going to be able to go on vacation. The school year did get extended. There was a very important program that we were not able to have in Randolph County, which is Energy Express, which is a reading program, and it also functions as a program that they provide nutrition for students through the week. There were not enough time between the end of school to the beginning of school where they were able to implement that program. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all the members would support this amendment because this gives the families, the teachers, and the students peace of mind of knowing when is the last day of school and when can we plan our vacation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for 13th, Delegate Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address the American Motors Buggy Rambler, the delegate from 42nd.
You asking the gentleman to yield for
Yes,
the
sir.
question? Gentleman yield.
I think that's what I'm trying to do.
To my truck driving friend, absolutely.
Yeah, since I'm not on the Education Committee, I got some questions about if we have a lot of snow days and you're setting a time from point A to point B, and say we have a lot of snow days, then how are we going to make those up?
Okay, to address that concern, first, let's take and look at state code. Already, when calendars are built in, typically they will put in 6 OS days. These are out-of-school days that can be converted to use as because of snow days. There's also a in state policy from the board that you can ask for 5 additional days filling out applications and sending in what are called a packet or something for the children to take home. So there you have the potential of 11 days there. The accrued time, if we can pick up 5 or 6 more days, in that you're looking at 16, 17 days. If counties then put in their spring breaks and things, because typically in the spring, you're running a longer semester, and those dates can also be used as makeup days. Calendars now, say in my county right now, we are scheduled to be out of school on May 25, on May the 25th. Now, we've had a number of snow days, as you already are aware of, we are, and so now we are going to move up to about the 5th of June in order to take care. That's under this year's calendar, under the old. The counties will adopt their systems in order to make up the snow days as they need and see fit. It's been the way it's been, in adoption of the counties for years. This just puts stability in that calendar so everyone can have it.
So how many days are on the spring break?
Those spring breaks are every one of them are determined by the county themselves. So they would know. We may have say a Monday and a Tuesday or a Wednesday as a 3-day spring break. Maybe they have to use it. That depends on the county. That is the resilience of the county and their teachers and their administration and their parents, because they have meetings and actually discuss these things and set down those calendars.
So if we had a whole bunch of snow days, we could probably eliminate the spring break or go on some of the holidays. I mean, do we have that kind of?
Well, the holidays we can't go on, delegate, because they're mandated in there. There's 7 holidays that you can that are out there. So no, you wouldn't go on holidays.
Okay. All right. I think I understand now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment before I recognize the gentleman from the 32nd to close debate. Gentleman from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's obvious this amendment has bipartisan support. There are over 28 of you who have agreed to this amendment, and I'm sure there would have been others had the opportunity been contacted. It's obvious that it's time we listen to the professionals, the parents, and the students in the state of West Virginia. Last year, when the calendar came to the close, you had schools going to school in June 19th, June 26th, so forth. You had school doors open, but you didn't have children in the classroom. Let's be realistic. Let's be pragmatic. Let's be practical. Once the high-stakes testing is over, once the smarter balance is over, students become disengaged. Parents want stability and opportunity to have summer jobs. School bus drivers want the opportunity to have school jobs and go to camps and so forth. So this allows and provides for that, as well as the stability it adds to the calendar. We're forgetting one ingredient here. It does allow for accrued instructional time, bank time. And that bank time varies from county to county. The number of days that people take off within those counties for snow days varies, and it allows the flexibility for the counties to count those on delays and so forth. So for those and many other reasons, and we too have been in conversation with the governor, Senate Bill 313 allows for the cap to come off of the accrued instructional time, and the governor appears to be adept to listening to this bill and supporting this bill. So we too have been in contact as well. For all those reasons, I would ask for your support, and again, I would thank the distinguished chairman of education for his support as well. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Oh, did you ask roll call? Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
A vote on an amendment to House Bill 4171 relating to the public school calendar.
If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 92 ayes, 5 nays, 3 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
No.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4295 relating to the School Innovation Zones Act.
Are there amendments?
No.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4365 relating to the Certificate of Need process.
Are there amendments?
No.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4572 accepting specialized contract instructors from the definition of teacher.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Moy and others move to amend the bill. This is HFA Moy et al. 2-24, number 1.
The gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Moy, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have 2 amendments to this bill. They're pretty straightforward and simple. What we're talking about are specialized contract instructors that would be hired on a part-time basis through the county board or through a local RESA. This first amendment has 2 parts. We're adding the word part-time to clarify that they are part-time, and we're adding a definition of part-time, saying that the contract instructor is employed for less than 3.5 hours per day. So we're just clarifying the part-time position, and I would appreciate your support on this amendment.
John from 66, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's proposed amendment. I believe that it clarifies the intent, or it clarifies the intent of the underlying legislation, and for that reason, I'd urge support.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegates Moy and others move to amend the bill. This is HFA Moy et al. 2-24, number 2.
Gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Moy, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there were 2 amendments. This amendment also has 2 parts, and we're just adding to a line that they are eligible for benefits. We're adding the word benefits in one section, and we go on down to put a provided in there, provided that in no event shall a specialized contract instructor displace a teacher. That's the whole crust of the amendment. I request that the body would accept this amendment. Thank you.
John from 66, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. It's consistent with the intent of this legislation. The legislation, while clearly pointing out that these instructors would operate under the teacher of record, this proposed amendment simply makes that very clear. So for that reason, I would support the gentleman's amendment and urge adoption.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
No.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Further bills.
House Bill 4594 relating to pre-doctoral psychology internship qualifications.
Are there amendments? No. Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4612 relating generally to tax increment financing and economic opportunity development districts.
Are there amendments? Not to be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4617, authorizing legislative rules of the Higher Education Policy Commission.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4651, relating to professional examination requirements.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4674, relating to motor vehicle backup lamps.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4705, relating to adding an additional type of West Virginia source income of non-resident individual.
Are there amendments? No. Not to be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading.
House Bill 2494, creating a provisional plea process in criminal cases.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4014, preventing the State Board of Education from implementing Common Core academic standards and assessments.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4201, increasing the criminal penalties for participating in an animal fighting venture.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4334, clarifying the requirements for a license to practice as an advanced practice registered nurse.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4351, transferring the Cedar Lakes Camp and Conference Center from the West Virginia Board of Education to the Department of Agriculture.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4358, relating to out-of-state physicians and surgeons traveling with sports teams within this state.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4433, allowing an adjustment to gross income for calculating the personal income tax liability of certain retirees.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4487, relating to state retirement systems.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4519, allowing certain municipalities to participate in the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4558, relating to victim notification and designation of additional individuals to receive notice of an offender's release.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4607, adding violations of law upon which a public servant's retirement plan may be forfeited.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4636, increasing the penalties for violating the whistleblower law.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4652, relating to the creation of an intermediate contractor's license.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4706, relating to county board regional meetings.
Bill be advanced. Leaves of absence. Gentleman from 58.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegates Farrow and Storch.
Without objection, leaves will be granted.
Remarks by members of the House. Gentleman from the 40th, Delegate Armstead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, obviously it's very rare for me to come down to my desk here. It's nice to know I still have one here on the floor to speak to the members. And while I know there was some coverage in the last week that said that I came down on a certain bill, as you may recall, I came down to defend a particular ruling, so I really didn't come down necessarily to speak to the House about a particular subject. And so I think it's in my 18 years here, it's been very rare that the Speaker comes to address a particular subject, and it should be, but it has occurred. And when that has occurred, it has been a subject that particular Speaker or the membership of the House has found very serious, and one that that person felt was so important to the future of our state that they decided to take a moment to address the House. And so I hope you will take my comments in that context, which is that I do believe this is a very important issue. An important issue that is a priority, not only for me as Speaker, but also for the members of our caucus, but I think in terms of the entire membership of this House. And that is the PEIA issue. So I'd like to take just a few moments today, and first of all, let me say this. I think that all the debate about this issue has, I think, centered on what all of us really know and value in our state, which is our public employees, our teachers, our retirees. Now, I think all of us could sit here today and think of a particular teacher perhaps that you had or other teachers and how important they were to you and how much of an impact they made on your lives and how much they mean to you. And I have a particular teacher I'm on now occasionally when I get on Facebook, which isn't often. I have discussed, still keep in contact with this teacher, my third grade teacher. This is a very important issue to these individuals who I think have been needlessly, to some degree, used in this process, needlessly caused to fear their future, needlessly, particularly in some ways, become a political object, which they should not have been. So what I would like to do for just a few moments today, and I know we've had a long day on the House floor here, but just if you'll indulge me for a few moments to talk about this issue, because I think there has been a lot of misinformation about this, and those of us who are old as I am, which remember the old Dragnet show and Friday saying, just the facts, ma'am, okay? Let me talk about just the facts on this and not the rhetoric. Because the facts, I think, are not exactly what has been presented in many cases. So let's talk about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going on this issue. Where we've been, if you recall, this came up primarily as a result of I don't know if it was a press release or a comment the governor made back last year that he did not intend at that time to put additional funding in the PEIA system. The result of which would be that there would be inadequate funding to continue that system without what has been called draconian increases in copays and deductibles. And I think we would all agree, and I will be the first to say, those were draconian. And our teachers, our retired employees are better than what they would have gotten as a result of those cuts. And I think we all agree to that. But let's talk about where we've been on this issue. Where we've been on this issue is that this has been a simmering problem for many, many years. And I'm not saying this to point fingers or blame or anything else on that, but I'm trying to, let's lay the foundation of where we are. And where we are is this. I looked at the sheet here in terms of the reserve fund for PEIA. Now, I've taken just a snapshot from 2013 to 2016. And in that period of time, we've had an increase of 18% in expenses, payments out of that fund. 18% in those 3 years, or I guess counting those years as 4 years, 18% increase. But the problem we've had is that the reserve fund has been allowed to continue to diminish. So back in 2012, there was $190 million in that fund. It went up in 2014 to $230 million. But since 2014, it's been reduced to $176 million, $136 million now in 2016, for an overall reduction between 2013 and 2016 of 36.44%. So we've had 18% increases, and we've allowed that fund to diminish by almost 36.5% over that period of time. There were no alarm bells going off at that time. There was no action. There was no one on this House floor demanding a plan to address that. The administration and this legislature allowed that to happen over the years. And that's where we got where we are. That's how we got where we are. So when we talk about whether there's a plan for this, what I'd ask is, where was that plan over those many, many years while this was occurring? It didn't happen. Now, so where does that leave us? After that occurred, the members of the board, PEIA board, had various meetings throughout the state. Many of you, I'm sure, attended those meetings, talked about these draconian cuts, caused a great deal of fear in the hearts of many, many retirees, public employees. And so that's why we now have this angst that I think has spread throughout our legislature and throughout our state. That's where we were. Now, where are we now, today? Where we are today is this. We have listened to what has been said about this issue. We have taken it to heart. The governor has proposed a budget that is pending before the two finance committees in the House and the Senate. And in that budget, there is funding to avoid these cuts. Now, I know you say, well, where are you coming up with the funding? Let me follow me in terms of where we are in terms of this issue. The budget that has been proposed has $43 million of additional general revenue funds. It has $24 million in new special revenue funds. That's a total of $67 million new dollars. In addition to that, a new contract with CVS Caremark will save $23 million that goes into that stays in that fund. And there's an additional $6 million that comes from other changes to the program. We started out with $120 million that we originally, and after you put all that together, the funding that was included in the governor's budget, the funding that was included in the Caremark contract, the other funding that's done, we have filled that $120 million hole in the budget. And as I said, stay with me in terms of where we're talking about. In the budget, as it currently stands, PEIA is fully funded. Now, you say, well, what's our plan? What's our plan? And when we say it's in the budget, everyone says, well, no, that's not a plan. That is the plan. That's the money. That's where the money is. Now, you may legitimately ask, where will that money come from? But let me step back and say that unless someone has the idea that they're going to go into that budget and pull that money out, it is funded in our current budget. And I know of no one that intends to go in and do that. And I can commit to you that I have no interest in doing so. And I don't think the legislature as a whole is interested in taking that money out. So where does that leave us in terms of moving forward? Well, we do have a great deal of work left to do on this budget. And I have here on my desk copies of all of the agency, I guess some of them may have submitted electronically, but all the agency presentations that have been given to the House Finance and Senate Finance Committees. I also have a copy that I think many of you have on both sides of the aisle of when the chairman of the House Finance Committee asked the agencies to propose where they can make some additional cuts. Here's the proposals that they gave us. So in front of us here is a great deal of information about the funding of all of our state agencies. So what we have left in the next 2.5 weeks are some very tough decisions. But let me say, those aren't tough decisions necessarily about PEIA. Those are tough decisions about our entire budget. So when you say that, where's the plan to fund PEIA? The plan is already in this budget. It's simply a matter of balancing our overall budget. So if you want to point out and say, oh, wait a minute, where's the plan? Where's the bill on PEIA? Could we not say the same thing about any particular line item in this budget? I could ask those who say that every day, where's the plan? Where's your plan to fund any of the other programs that are going to need to be funded that we're looking for revenue to fund? Where's your plan to fund corrections? Where's your plan to make sure teachers are paid? Where's your plan to do this or that? The plan is the budget. The budget is where we will make up the funding necessary to continue to fund PEIA and all these other issues that are important to West Virginians. So as I look at the budget, right here it is. This is the proposed budget bill. And you go to page 27, and right there, Public Employees Insurance Matching Fund, $43,487,151. Right there. It's in the budget now. Unless someone's taking it out, which again, I know of no one intending to do so, it's in the budget as we speak. Now, we will have to make some tough decisions about whether there will be cuts in our overall budget, whether there will be additional revenue measures. And yes, the Senate has sent over a bill with a tobacco tax, and that will be discussed in this House. And we will make those decisions. All 100 members of this House will make the decisions about what cuts might need to be made, what revenue may need to be raised. But what I'm asking the people in this House is, let's quit the game playing. Let's quit trying to take every bill that comes through here, whether it actually would or not fund anything, and try to throw some amendment on and try to say there's no plan. This is a plan that needs to be developed as part of our overall budget, because this budget is what will fund PEIA and make sure that our citizens do not have draconian cuts that none of us, Republican or Democrat, want to see occur. What I'm asking each of you is to work with us together in a bipartisan manner to fund fiscal year 17 budget and beyond. And when we talk about fixing PEIA. Let's think about, in addition to funding it, there are other things that we're going to need to do in future years to ensure that we don't get right back where we were when we started this session. It was irresponsible, and let me repeat that, it was irresponsible to continue to fund benefits for working West Virginians out of that reserve fund and letting it get down to where it was. That was irresponsible. And that's what caused us to be where we are today. And we cannot allow that to occur again. If we're going to be responsible to these teachers and these retirees and these state employees, we need to make sure that doesn't occur. And there are going to be some other things we need to take a very close look at in terms of how this program is run. But in terms of funding it and ensuring our teachers, our public employees, our retirees, that it's funded, I hope that you will take to heart today what I'm saying and what I believe I'm saying on behalf of this legislature is that we are not going to allow those draconian cuts to take place. And we are going to continue, as we fund this budget, to make sure that and the other essential programs of our state are funded. It's going to take some tough work. It's going to take some tough decisions. And yes, those decisions are going to be made by all 100 of us and the 34 members across the hall and the governor downstairs. But we need to work together and quit playing games and quit trying to get sound bites and trying to get some type of gotcha moment. My third grade teacher and the other teachers deserve better than that, as do all the other retirees and employees of our state. It's time to get to work, over the next 2.5 weeks that we have in this session, solve this issue. We have plans to do it that will be in front of this House over the next 2.5 weeks. But let's get to work and work together to do this. Thank you.
Lady from the 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The legislators from Marion and Ritchie County request a moment of silence for the loss of Fred Allen Lehman Jr., age 40, of Ellenboro, who was killed yesterday in the Bunners Ridge community while working on a gas route.
Members may be seated. John from 38th Doggett Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the eloquent and needed words of yourself, the gentleman from the 40th, be placed in the journal, not the appendix, in the journal.
To the gentleman, I'm informed by the clerk that there is no rule actually to allow it to be placed in the journal. So if the gentleman wants to reform his request that it be in the appendix of the journal, that may be appropriate.
Given the speaker's determination, I would ask unanimous consent to be placed in the appendix of the journal, although I would point out we have, over my 12 years here, once or twice placed comments in the journal. It is, as I understand, been frowned upon because of the requirement of transcribing it and placing it in there. However, I thought that the gentleman's words were much needed, poignant, and they were important for the public to understand that they are out there. The comments have been made, the plan has been presented to the membership and should be available to the public immediately or tomorrow when the journal is published.
You are tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. We are bringing you today's House floor session
Without objection,
live.
remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. John from 36 Doggett Row.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the words that we heard about a plan, and that this being the first time that it was addressed either before the session started, during the session, and I think we've been here 43 days, and so I think that these are reassuring words that we can take back to our constituents, that in fact leadership is intending to make sure that we do take care of the PEIA system. Now, here's from the a view from the back row, I think it may be appropriate here. In insurance, last week we had a bill proposed that would guarantee that the minimum that the employee would pay is 20%, and the maximum that the state would pay is 80%. Now, whenever you're not on finance and you're sitting in an insurance committee meeting and you see a bill like that, it kind of throws you back. That the administration, that the leadership is proposing a bill to us that would require the minimum employee share to be 20% and the maximum state share to be 80%. Now, when you get bills like that, it kind of says something different than that we have a plan, we're going to take care of it, we're not going to hurt employees in the whatever plan we do. So, you know, I just say that it's very welcome that we've been given this assurance today, and I do note that it's our 43rd day. I believe that's what if someone counts it up. And it's good that we have that assurance, but it's been a long time coming, candidly. And again, I'm not sure what we're going to do about that bill that would make sure that employees pay a minimum of 20%. I don't think that's the direction we want to go in. I was going to propose an amendment perhaps that would flip that and say that the maximum that employees would pay is 20% and that the minimum that the state would pay is 80%. But something, you know, I think people, particularly people outside the building, are not getting consistent messages whenever we have bills like that. So I would appreciate, just to say again, that I do appreciate the assurance that we're all on the same page and that we're going to be taking care of employees. Thank you.
John from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate your remarks. I think we all did. And I agree, though, with the General Delegate from Kanawha. There have been times when remarks were printed in the journal, not in the appendix, because that won't come out usually till after we're out of here. I think your remarks are important enough to be printed in the journal. And I don't know what keeps them from being done, but it seems to me like surely in the governor's State of the State address, his entire remarks are printed in the journal, are they not?
To the gentleman, I've been informed after we had the discussion that since there is no rule that allows it, that there could be a rule suspension if someone chose to do so, to request a rule suspension to do so, but that would be the only way that could occur.
Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to move that the rules be suspended so that your remarks could be put in the journal?
I think the gentleman's motion would be in order.
So I move.
Okay. Question? The gentleman could ask unanimous consent if there's not objection. The gentleman asked unanimous consent that the remarks be printed in the journal. Is there objection? Chair is none. Remarks will be printed. Gentleman from 16th, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't expect these to be printed in the appendix of the journal, much less the journal itself. Sometimes people like to quote things from the Bible. Sometimes it's taken out of context, but a statement that is often heard is, "I feel like a voice crying in the wilderness." John the Baptist said that. And he was saying it to point out that he wasn't who was to come. And I feel like I'm not the guy who's going to be able to make the changes that I suggest, that I have suggested for 3 years. That the remarks of the speaker who he just made indicate the need for what I suggest. So I say that the speaker and the chair of the finance are the men who will be able to get us out of the problem we're in. I expect the chair of finance wonders maybe now why he ever took that job. But he's doing a good job, I think, considering what he has to work with. Things sometimes happen in threes, and I'm sure that many of you read the local newspaper. You saw this ad that says West Virginia is the only state east of the Mississippi not addressing its infrastructure. I agree with that. Drive down the highway and you can figure that one out. Today they come and say, fix our roads, pennies a day. Gosh, that penny term, that certainly sounds good to me. And then from at least the current majority side favorite newspaper, the State Journal, is an article that says West Virginia tax burdens are not much different from other states, to my friend from Wood, who always says we're overtaxed. I think that House Bill 4679 is an excellent way to take care of the continuing problems that we have. It can have a deadline put in it, or it can have a sunset, or it can have other qualifications. It naturally is my 1 cent tax bill. The only thing I think that you may need to do on that side of the house is consider whether you want to make that 2 cents or not. Thank you.
Gentleman from 48, Doug O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, appreciate your comments, but I feel that some of them have to be addressed. Number one, some of us, too, had a meeting with the governor at the beginning of the session who presented a plan to fix much of the PEIA shortfall. Not all, much of. Conditioned on that plan was the passage of a 45-cent, at least 45-cent cigarette tax increase. He sent up his bill, and neither you, Mr. Speaker, or the Senate President signed off on that bill. So what is one to conclude when the leadership is not willing to sign off on a bill that makes up part of the budget to restore some of these cuts? What is one to conclude? And so we still haven't heard whether there is support for any form of a cigarette and tobacco tax increase to help restore these cuts. So if you want to find the source of the concern, the source of uncertainty as to whether or not the PEIA cuts will be restored in toto or in part, let's start with where we're going to find these revenue enhancements. Now, we're willing to work together on that. We've made that very clear from day one. But to date, it appears there is some resistance to that. So I'm left to assume, perhaps, that we're going to face cuts to come up with the money to fund that. But let's not make any mistake. There was a lack of willingness to support the governor's plan that provided the balanced budget conditioned upon certain pieces of legislation passing. So we don't know what you're going to do to submit a balanced budget to us for consideration. So that, among many reasons, is why there's been the constant request, what's your plan? Because you haven't embraced the plan the governor sent up, not yet anyway. Now, with all due respect, I do take a little offense about the accusation of political gamesmanship. And it's really striking to me that when the majority party, who was once the minority party, who would routinely move to discharge bills, abortion bills, when the Right to Lifers were here, and take other steps to try to make the then majority party look bad, now complains when similar requests are made on it. And my request for all of us is, we need to understand that we all have constituents, we all have issues that are important, and each one of us ought to take whatever steps necessary to satisfy those concerns. There was reference to the reserve fund. And yes, it has been spent down. It was several hundred million strong. You can see from the document that the finance chair and the minority chair judiciary were using, there's been a significant decrease in coal production, significant decrease in the revenue from oil and gas. And had the 6-year projections been met, we wouldn't have had to spend down the reserve fund. But nobody expected, this was the year we were supposed to have a surplus, going back 2 or 3 years ago. Nobody expected the condition we're in now. So that's why there's a shortfall. And the shortfall was known last year. And all that's been requested was, what is the plan that we've known about for at least 6 or 8 months? Now, we want to work in a bipartisan manner on the plan. But to suggest that somehow this has been an ongoing problem for years, when you have several $100 million surplus, yes, you can afford to have years where you don't fully fund it and draw down from the surplus. That's why you have a surplus. But it had never gotten to this point. It has never gotten to this point. And I think we can fix it together. But it's going to take bold and courageous leadership. We got a bill from the Senate that I think goes a long way, if not completely fixes the PEIA problem, but also, most importantly, in my opinion, has a positive impact on the health of West Virginians. 25 senators in a bipartisan vote supported that. Senate President didn't. How committed is he to fixing PEIA? I hope the leadership of this House stands up, despite what the leadership of the Senate may have done, and says we are committed, and we're going to make those tough decisions, because we have to make them too. Do you think any of us would have voted for a tax increase of any kind? It'd just be as easy for us to vote no. I've had a member of the now majority party, when they were in the minority, tell me privately, I can always go home and explain my no vote. That's not leadership. I hope you won't find it on our side, and I don't think it'll come from your side. And so we're willing to work together, Mr. Speaker, but it's important that we remember not that long ago when some of the same things that are now being complained of were engaged in by the now majority party. And I don't think I took the floor and complained about those tactics. It was part of what we do down here serving our constituents. And so I think we're all going to press each other to make sure we get what's needed done from now until day 60 or beyond day 60 if necessary. And so I thank you for your comments and your commitment. I mean that sincerely. But let's not act like we're forbidden, prohibited, or we should be discouraged from speaking out and speaking up for our constituents who have these concerns. I'm sure you all are getting the same emails I'm getting. And the fact is, there were cuts in 2016 to the tune of $67 million that you heard the gentleman from the 38th refer to. They drew down the reserve fund to the floor and had to cut another $35 million in benefits this year. It's not the $120 million, that's this year. And so there have been significant cuts that need to be addressed if that is a priority and choice of this body. If it's not, I guess that's fine too. But it's up to us together, primarily the majority party, it's up to us together though, to decide what our priorities are and how serious we want to engage in efforts to meet those priorities. And some of us have different priorities. One of the things I tell everyone that I love about this body, and it was a learning experience for me when I first got elected, is we live in a very geographically diverse state despite its small size in terms of population. The priorities of the Eastern Panhandle are different from the Southern coal fields. The priority from the Southern coal fields are different from North Central and the Northern Panhandle. So we all have different priorities for which we come down here that take different places on our list of priorities. But one of the things I think we all should have is fixing PEIA. And I look forward from this day forward of moving together in lockstep to address that problem, if we can. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate I'll consider it an invitation to work together in a bipartisan manner. But make no mistake, we're still going to work hard to hold the majority party's feet to the fire, as you did us when we were the majority party. And I didn't find any shame in that against you all when you did it. That's just part of this process when you're in the opposing parties and one's in the majority and one's in the minority and you have opposing views. That's part of the process that I hope we can continue working through for the next 17 days. And I hate the thought of going beyond that very long, but if we do, we would do it. We'll work with the finance chair to make that happen. Thank you.
Lady from the 16th, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To those people who like to make quotes and quote the Bible, to everything there is a season. I've been a member of the Finance Committee for 5 years. I understand what goes on in that committee. The first month we're here, it is our responsibility to listen to the agencies present their budgets. That has not changed. I've been here for 10 years. That's what I've learned. So, what are we doing now? We are gathered as subcommittees studying the budgets of the governor, of those agencies, and we are looking through them with a fine-tooth comb. There are only 25 people who are members of major committees, so there are 75 of you who are not participating in this committee. But you are more than welcome to come and listen to us discuss what we see when we go through these volumes, because we are going through volumes. I also want to point out the fact that we were told for many years to respect the committee process, and I hope that's what you do, because we welcome your input. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 48th remarks also be printed in the journal.
Without objection, marks be printed in the journal. Gentleman from the 50th, Doug Manchin.
Done.
Gentleman from the 28th, Doug Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't anybody ask to put that in the journal, because I don't know how we do it. Further remarks by members. Gentleman from the 42nd, Doug Amber.
Mr. Speaker, this is more of a point of inquiry.
Gentleman makes this point.
I would ask that my esteemed colleague from the 38th in the last couple of days has been speaking about the boogeyman. And then the delegate from Mason comes up about the boogeyman. I would ask for a Rule 49 on the boogeyman. And what is happening is that our pages are finding out that I'm boogie, and they don't even want to come over when I turn my light on.
To the gentleman, there is only one and only boogeyman, so you wouldn't be able to vote on that one. I don't think there's a class. You're one of a kind. So, gentleman from the 7th, Doug Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been here 3.5 hours here this afternoon, and one of my colleagues said, let's don't continue to beat a dead horse once they get across the finish line, but we've done that a fair amount here this morning. We have talked on both sides of this aisle about budget issues. As a lady from Cowell said, 1 out of every 4 of us are on the Finance Committee. I'm not one of those, but I believe that the 25 of you are on that committee are intelligent, dedicated people. Let's work this issue in the committee. Let's bring us back something. Let's quit talking about it. Let's get out of here and get her done. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 8th, Doug Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to that voice from the wilderness talking to the House and his remarks, the gentleman from the 16th, be included in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks will be printed in the appendix of the journal. Further remarks by members. Clerk has a message from the Senate.
The clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the Senate amendments and passed House Bill 4145.
Message will be received. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House recess until 6 p.m. this evening.
Other announcements. Gentleman from the 64th, Doug Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet this afternoon at 3 o'clock. The agenda is posted, and the committee will also meet tomorrow morning.
And as the House of Delegates is winding up its session now, we're going to go ahead and take you to the Senate session recorded from earlier today. Look for reports from committee. Little drama on the Senate floor this morning. Look for Senate Bill 452. This is the governor's bill cutting $14 million from the school aid formula. Watch for a move to reject the committee report. And watch for the debate that ensues after that. So here is what the Senate was doing while the House was in session.
The Senate will come to order. All those not having privilege of the floor, please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we are led in prayer by Pastor Andy Calagrasso, Kings River Ministries in St. Albans, West Virginia. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Nicholas leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Calagrasso.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this honor. Let's pray. Good morning, Father. We come to you in the name above every name, both in heaven and in earth. We come to you in the name of your Son, Jesus. We come today empowered by the Comforter who is the Holy Spirit. And today, as these gather in this sacred chamber to conduct their most critical and important work for their constituency and for the good of the state of West Virginia, I come to pray for them as Solomon prayed in 1 Kings, that you would give us an understanding heart so that we can govern your people well and know the difference between right and wrong, for who by himself is able to govern this great people of yours. And Lord, you were pleased that Solomon had asked for wisdom. So today, Father, I pray for each of these that you died to redeem them to yourself. For Bob Ashley, Robert Beach, Craig Blair, Donna Boley, Greg Boso, Mitch Carmichael, Sue Klein, William Cole III, Douglas Facemeyer, Ryan Ferns, Ed Gaunch, Mike Hall, Robert Carnes, Jeffrey Kessler, Art Kirkendall, William Laird IV, Kent Leonhardt, Mark Maynard, Ronald Miller, Jeff Mullins, Corey Palumbo, Robert Plymale, Roman Prezozio, Mike Romano, Herb Snyder, Ron Stallings, Dave Seipold, Tom Takubo, Charles Trump IV, John Unger II, Chris Walters, Bob Williams, Mike Woelfel, and Jack Yost. May your love, your mercy, your grace be made evident over their lives and their families. And in this chamber and throughout the entire government of our great state and across the whole of the United States of America, Jesus, we need you now more than ever. And so we give you all the praise, all the glory, all the honor in the name of the strong Son of God, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. The senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. If those on the floor and those in the galleries will please join me as we celebrate the banner that stands for America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 23rd, 2016. The Senate met at 11 a.m.
The senator from Morgan requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with. The Journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the Journal is dispensed with. The Journal is approved. Chamber will be in order. Senate will be in order. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As my guest and guest of the junior senator from the 6th, Tyler Cooper, Rodney Waldron, Jaquan Ward, James Ward, Brianna Beckner, Caitlin Dobbs, and Amber Haywood. As guests of the senator from Harrison, Eli Osborne, Ian Smith, and Sharina Ratliff. As guest of the senator from Raleigh, Kylie Stone. Let's give our pages a round of applause. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and yours to introduce our doctor for the day, Dr. Holly Neiman Hart of Morgantown, West Virginia. She's in the rear of our chamber. If she would stand, the Senate make her welcome.
Further introductions. The senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of all the senators that represent Kanawha County, I'd like to introduce my sister-in-law and then all the parents that are here with Charleston Catholic soccer team, girls soccer team. My sister-in-law, Susan Thompson Keener. And then the other parents that are here with Charleston Catholic. Mr. President, also I'd like to introduce Ed Armbruster, who is here with the Cabell Midland boys cross country team that's here. But Ed is here, and he's also an employee of the Department of Transportation. Ed, would you stand?
Senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Preston and I, we'd like to introduce Mr. John Taylor from Grafton, who is an AARP volunteer. John is in the gallery to my left. If he's standing in the Senate, please make him welcome.
Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senior senator from Marion County, we have a guest of ours from Marion County. He's also an AARP volunteer, Mr. Gary Wick. If he'll please stand and let the Senate make him welcome.
Senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and the junior senator from the 8th, we would like to recognize Mr. Rich Stonestreet with AARP. He's the president. He's here in the North Gallery. If the Senate would make him welcome.
Senator from Pleasants.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery to my right is a good friend from Work County. Might say he's an expert in oil and gas, Alvin Engelke. Would you please stand and be recognized, Alvin?
Junior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. From our 6th district, the chaperones of our pages is their social studies teacher, Jennifer Smith, Christina Beckner, the mother of Brianna Beckner, and also Mary Dobbs, mother of Caitlin Dobbs. Ladies, if you will stand, and Senate, please make them feel welcome.
Senator from Raleigh.
On behalf of the senator from Wyoming and myself, please welcome James Stone. James is the father of our page, Kylie. Mr. Stone is seated in the rear gallery. Will he please stand and the Senate make him welcome?
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from Braxton County, it's my pleasure and yours, sir, to welcome the parents of some of our pages today. We have Carrie Osborne, who has escorted Eli Osborne, Jamela Krasinski, who has escorted Ian Smith, and Earl Tanner, who has escorted our lovely page down here. Please stand and be recognized, and please welcome them.
The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to have some treasured guests in the galleries. The wife of our pastor today, Angie Colagrosso, as well as David Saul, also Mike and Joyce Mullins, if the Senate would give them a warm welcome.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Fayette and myself, we're very happy to have with us today Mr. Danny Gray with the AARP. Danny is a former school administrator and retired school employee, also head of the retired school employees. So if he'll stand in the Senate, make him welcome, please. There he is.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 7, establishing wrongful conduct rule prohibiting recovery of damages in certain circumstances.
Message be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross committee substitute for Senate Bill number 7. I'll briefly go over the changes and the amendments that the House has interjected into the bill. The House amended the notice period to non-parties from 108 days to 180 days, a change the Senate already passed in Senate Bill 385. The House also clarified existing code language relating to the offset in a plaintiff's recovery under West Virginia Code 55-7-13D, that the plaintiff's recovery is reduced by the percentage of fault assigned to the settling party or non-party as opposed to the amount of the party's settlement payment. In addition, the House clarified the burden of proof on the wrongful conduct rule, providing that in any civil action where a person has been convicted or pled guilty or no contest to a felony, then the claim shall be dismissed if the court determines the person's damages were suffered as a proximate result of the felonious conduct. In addition, the House defined damages to include damages recoverable for personal injury, death, or loss of damage to property, including those recoverable in a wrongful death action. In addition, the House amendment requires a stay of civil action where the wrongful conduct rule defense is asserted during the pendency of any civil action forming the basis of the defense unless the court finds it not to be a valid defense. And then finally, Mr. President, the House amendment also revised the MPLA provision of Senate Bill 7 to provide that no action related to the prescription or dispensation of controlled substances may be maintained against a health care provider when the damages arise from a violation of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act. The commission of a felony, a violent crime, which is a misdemeanor, or any other state or federal law relating to controlled substances. An exception does exist if the plaintiff proves that the health care provider dispensed or prescribed a controlled substance in violation of federal or state law and that such prescription or dispensation was a proximate cause of the injury or death. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendments.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendment to engross committee substitute for Senate Bill 7. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting more than a majority of those elected. Having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will read the next House message. Senator from Pleasants.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to go back to the second order of the day so I can make an introduction.
Is there objection? The chair hears none.
Thank you. I believe they're in the South Gallery, but it's Dustin Turner and his civics class from St. Mary's High School are down here today. I think they're up there. Wherever they're at, would they please stand up and be right? Here we go. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a bunch of them. Are there further introductions? Clerk will read the next House message.
The House amended and passed engrossed Senate Bill 509, removing 10-day requirement Division of Labor has to inspect amusement rides and attractions.
Message to be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 509. The House amendment reinstates a required inspection that must be done on an amusement ride or attraction within a specified time frame of it being used, which the bill originally eliminated. It provides for that time frame to be 30 days. The amendment also creates onerous checklist requirements and procedures on both business owners and the Division of Labor. Furthermore, the amendment conflicts with the current practice and inspection requirements under DOL rules.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendment to engross Senate Bill 509. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2795, providing that when a party's health condition is at issue in a civil action, medical records and releases for medical information may be requested and required without court order.
Message will be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4001 relating to candidates or candidate committees for legislative office disclosing contributions.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4360 increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law.
Message to be received, bill be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4383, making individuals responsible for the costs relating to the filing of excessive false complaints.
Message to be received, bill be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4388, relating to stroke centers.
The message to be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Engrossed House Bill 4470, expanding newborn testing to include adrenoleukodystrophy.
Message to be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Engrossed House Bill 4489, relating to generally to human trafficking.
Message will be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4606, relating to the recusal of certain public officials from voting for appropriation of monies to nonprofit entities.
Message to be received, bill be referred to Committee on Judiciary.
The Clerk of the House announced the adoption of the following concurrent resolutions relating to the naming of bridges and highways. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 5, Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 7, Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 10, Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 15, Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 17, Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 18, and House Concurrent Resolution 41.
Message will be received and all the resolutions be referred to the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure.
The House adopted House Concurrent Resolution 60, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the state-level background check process for new employees and volunteers of caregiving businesses and facilities.
The message to be received, a resolution be referred to the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 68, greenhouse gas emissions and fuel efficiency standards for medium and heavy-duty engines and vehicles, Phase 2.
Message to be received, the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Rules. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 116, increasing number of limited video lottery terminals allowed at retail location, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 392, transferring Cedar Lakes Camp from Board of Education to Department of Agriculture, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report to be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 411, creating Second Chance for Employment Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 468, allowing lender to charge and receive interest on rescindable loan during rescission period, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 421, terminating behavioral health severance and business privilege tax, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 452, revising school aid formula, and reports the same back without recommendation as to passage, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Dave Seipolt, Chair.
The Senior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I moved that the education report be rejected as it regards to Senate Bill 452. I ask for the yeas and the nays and also the right to close on my motion.
The Senior Senator from the 16th moves that the education report with regards to Senate Bill 452 be rejected and demands the yeas and the nays and the right to close. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to let members know what Senate Bill 452, and I have, of course, the printout of what this is. This is the revision of the school aid formula that takes away $15 million away from our boards of education throughout the state. Every county is going to be negatively impacted on this, and so this is a time for you to vote against this cut that's going to be drastic for a lot of our schools. Also, Mr. President, this is the bill that also extends the fleeting bus replacement going to 15 years, where they're taking out taking out money out of our bus system and causing the increase of our bus mileage going from 180,000 miles to 225 miles, basically causing a safety issue for our children. I urge the rejection of this committee report.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Wayne.
President, I rise to talk about this bill. Obviously, this is a bill that I am not in favor of. When we looked at, and it is a governor's bill, but it cuts roughly $14 million from public education, and I think that's an issue that we should be looking at. And there are no winners in this in terms of any county that we're doing this. And it also takes the funding for transportation on buses for $3.7 million that it takes away when we go from a 12 to 15 years on the busing side of this. So the bill in itself, I don't think that the committee was for. They wanted to move it along. That's sort of a time-honored thing that you can do something without recommendation. But specifically to the bill is bad. It's not one that I think is one that we should be doing. And it does take $14 million from public education at this point in time where we can't. I know that we have some pretty tough times as it relates to the budget, but we're honestly trying to work in good faith to make sure that we get a budget that's passed that is good for the citizens of West Virginia. In the Committee on Education, we did discuss this at great length, and from the counties that I represent in Cabell, in Wayne, in no category of those 5 categories of the steps, it was all taken away. And significantly in Cabell County, this is a big issue in terms of the amount of money that it takes away from education of our students. In a time when Cabell County just announced RIF situations, reduction in forces, that I think are some issues that we really need to be thinking about. What are we sending down to the counties? I do think this is not a good bill. I don't think this is good policy. I'm not sure that I agree that we should, take action one way or another. I'm perfectly was willing, even though I voted against this in the committee because I'm against the policy. I think that rejecting this is something I'm not sure that we need to be spending time to do on this floor.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll take the total blame. I'm on the Education Committee, and when we came here this year, we came with millions of dollars of shortfall in our budget. And even though it kind of gets past people, but the way the governor developed his revenue estimates was not based on tax collections next year entirely. The tax collections got to a certain level, but literally it was millions of dollars short. So what he did was in his speech, basically the public thinks that revenue's there. That revenue that he told us was there is not there unless we pass certain piece of legislation. that he sent to us. And I, as a majority party, have been working with the governor, who's in the opposite party, trying to wire these things together. And, you know, so several of these bills they're distasteful. We don't like one of them sitting in rules right now that I asked be put on rules that takes $9,000 from the highway department. Some of them take money from water. It was very similar lineup as to last year, as this one was. And all I did in the Education Committee was comment that if it dies in the Education Committee, that one of those bills of the governor that would raise $14 million could come over to finance and we would work with it. And if it's my county's affected, I understand there's been a newspaper article now in the northern part of the state claiming that whoever voted to do that was voting against their county, and that's absolutely not true. All they did was vote to send that bill to me, hoping that I would be responsible enough to not hurt. Putnam County was huge in this bill, so I saw that. You know, and I've been here a long time, and I would assume I might be trusted to at least maybe find one or two parts of this bill that we might be able to use. But no, I'm going to support the motions of the gentleman. But I want you to understand what they're doing. This was the governor's request, and his party is fighting him. We're trying to help. We're trying to balance this budget. So we brought several things to this floor the governor proposed. And you know, so that's all, but I would say that, you know, to the public, that vote yesterday was not against your county. Whoever's listening, that vote was just simply to let me have the opportunity, or the finance committee, to at least look and see if there was some other revenue that we could safely garner. Remember, though, this is the only way you can touch the public ed line, which is $1.9 billion, is to do something like this. Everybody else's budget has been cut by the governor in his budget, cutting the base. Higher ed's been cut. Public safety's been cut. DHHR's been cut. They've all been cut. You didn't vote on those. So you didn't have a chance to run an article about us. But, you know, we've agreed and supported the governor's budget. So I just simply say that, you know, I didn't think it was going to reach this kind of fervor. This is, as has been said by the gentleman from Wayne, this has not been an uncommon practice to pass a bill along without recommendation. Used to be, I'd sit here, finance, I've been many times when the chairman, when I was minority, came to me and said, you know, we got this bill, it's late in the session, can we report it to the floor with no recommendation so we can get it read a first time or read a second time and keep it alive because it was late in the session, and bring it back upstairs. Said many times to me, this doesn't mean you support this bill, it just means we can keep it alive. That's all I did, Mr. President. That's all the people that voted yes did yesterday, was simply just to keep it alive. But I'd say let's just bury it in the sea of forgetfulness, agree with the gentleman's motion, refuse the committee report, and let it die right here on the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also in support of the gentleman's motion, the motion by the senior senator from Berkeley. We did have this bill in committee yesterday in the Education Committee, and while I would never presume to speak for any other member of this body, I don't think there was a member of the committee, a single one, who thought that we should pass this bill. It provides cuts to education which would be devastating for many counties to absorb. I made the motion to report it to the floor, Mr. President, without any recommendation, because I could not in good conscience urge or recommend that or suggest that the committee recommend passage of it. And I think the gentleman's motion from Berkeley this morning is timely. And I thank him for it because, as has been noted, this bill is a governor's bill. This bill was introduced by Governor Tomlin. And I think out of deference to another branch of the government, the executive branch of our government, If one of the governor's bills is to meet its death, it should be on the floor of the Senate and not in a committee. So I join with the senior senator from Berkeley County in his motion, and I think we should reject this bill and dispose of it this morning.
The senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not on finance, or I'm not on finance, not in education, so I didn't have an opportunity to consider this bill. But you know, in the brief period of time I've seen some of the numbers here in front of me of $14 million, and I've listened to the debate here today, and you know, I've been particularly concerned as we've looked at the governor's budget and the cuts that we are proposing in order to balance the budget. Quite frankly, that you know, for the first time, at least in my legislative career, that I can recall that we were actually cutting funding to public education. And quite frankly, you know, I think that's not the way to go as we sit out here and talk about diversifying our economy, rebuilding our economy, transforming our economy, transitioning our economy, and creating opportunity in our state, is by reducing support for public education. And I heard the comments of the finance chair, and if I'm not mistaken, if there's any, I would hope that if there's any components of this bill that he finds appealing or that can be resurrected or can be used, that there's always that possibility that they could always originate some type of bill in committee. It's been done throughout many of the committees over this last couple of days, and I suspect that trend will continue. So if there are any good parts, you know, they can maybe be gleaned from here. But what I'm hearing and what I sense is you know, that there's not support for this either in the committee and or hopefully that somehow or other we can resurrect it with a magic wand like Lazarus and bring it back to life up in finance if we just sit on it and look at it. But from what I'm hearing, there's not much in this bill that's appealing. It sets a public policy statement that we do not support education. And I think for the first time in at least my legislative career, I just can't stand to sit by and quietly say we're cutting education, which I think is the absolute wrong way to go for our state.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 16th, wish to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think a lot of the points have been made here, and the only thing I'd say is it is unprecedented, and it happens, but it's unprecedented that a committee with such a piece of legislation that's so distasteful in a lot of ways would make a recommendation, would make no recommendation, let it pass with no recommendation to the floor. I think that's telling into itself. As senators, we are obligated to vote up or down. We don't have an abstention button here. We can't, you know, so this education committee coming out with no recommendation at all, to me, I think tells the story. And here's my concern, Mr. President. This balances the budget off the backs of our children. And the thing of it is, it cuts all of our county boards of education, some more than others. And our school system's already struggling in a lot of ways. And they're trying to keep up. I mean, the senator from Morgan, we worked on the special needs children where they're being underfunded in those areas. And any other additional cuts like that only goes right into the bone. The other thing that I'm really concerned about that has in this bill, the bill reduces the amount of funding dedicated to bus fleet replacement, making sure they are replaced at least every 15 years. The bill eliminates the specific allocation of $18 million for the 2016-2017 school year and increases the maximum bus mileage of 180,000 miles to 250,000 miles. You know, when we're talking about our safety of our children, of transporting our buses, the older buses that are on the streets, what's the safety factor on this? Mr. President, look, we don't need to be balancing our budget off the backs of our children. So I would urge that we vote to refuse the committee report and reject this bill, Senate Bill 452, right now. Thank you.
Question for the Senate is the motion by the senior senator from the 16th to refuse to receive the report, the committee report with regards to Senate Bill 452. Senior senator from the 16th also requests the yeas and the nays. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. All those in favor of rejection refusal to receive the report will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the report refused. Clerk will read the next committee report.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 455, allowing person to be both limited video lottery operator and retailer, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 461, updating West Virginia Workforce Investment Act to the West Virginia Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 494, creating Legislative Oversight Commission on Department of Transportation Accountability, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Respectfully submitted, Chris Walters, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 relating to retirement credit for members of the West Virginia National Guard, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 619, the 2016 Regulatory Reform Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 627, permitting physician to decline prescribing controlled substance, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 634, creating West Virginia Second Chance Driver's License Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 642, relating to temporary higher education classified employees' annual salary schedule, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Dave Seipolt, Chair.
Will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration the following concurrent resolutions relating to the naming of bridges and highways. Senate Concurrent Resolution 30, Senate Concurrent Resolution 31, Senate Concurrent Resolution 32, Senate Concurrent Resolution 36, Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 2, Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 19, and Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 14, the second Friday in July as West Virginia Collector Car Appreciation Day, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Chris Walters, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all resolutions contained in the report from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure be taken up for immediate consideration, considered simultaneously, and placed upon their adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The questions on the adoption of all the resolutions contained in the report from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare that all the resolutions adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4163, providing the authority and procedure for municipalities to give notice to and publish the names of entities delinquent in paying business and occupation taxes, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4188, relating to the development and implementation of a program to facilitate commercial sponsorship of rest areas, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Chris Walters, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 44 by Senators Laird, Stallings, Unger, and Plymel, naming the U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Mike Plasha Memorial Bridge.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will allow over 1 day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 45 by Senators Hall, Stallings, Unger, and Plymel, naming the U.S. Army Sergeant DeForest Lee Talbert Memorial Bridge.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will allow over 1 day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 46 by Senators Boso and Carnes, requesting U.S. General Services Administration support KVC Health Systems, Inc., plan to reuse Navy Information's Operations Command Sugar Grove Support Facility.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will allow over 1 day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 47 by Senators Kirkendall, Stallings, Unger, and Plymel, the West Virginia State Police Sergeant Harold E. Daly Bridge.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will allow over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 50 by Senators Palumbo, Tacubo, Walters, Gaunch, Williams, Stallings, Unger, and Plymel, congratulating the Charleston Catholic High School girls soccer team.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 50, congratulating the Charleston Catholic High School girls soccer team for winning the 2015 AA Single A State Soccer Championship.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud to have with us here today on behalf of the Junior Senator for the 17th, the Senators from the 8th, and also the Senior Senator from the 5th, the Charleston Catholic Girls State Championship Soccer Team. They are the two-time repeating state champions, led by the State Coach of the Year, Amy Mullen, State Player of the Year, Peyton Mullen, State Forward of the Year, Caroline Dunderville, and also a couple of the nieces of the senator from the 5th. It's a tremendous team. They won this championship game this year over Weir 9-1, setting a state record for the most goals in a championship game for either boys or girls. It's been a tremendous run of success that they've had, and I'm excited to have them here with us today, and I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the Senator from Kanawha was talking about that, I do have two nieces that are on this team, and what I admire most about this team is not only their skill in soccer, but the fact that these are really good girls that do well academically. They're going to be successful in life because they have a great balance of the academics and the athletics. To watch them mature and play over the last 3 or 4 years has been pretty amazing. But last year I was at the state championship when they won, and my wife and I were in Baltimore and were not able to be there at the game, but I'll have to say that we got reports on it by texting and knew the outcome of it. But the girls are tremendous girls. They're good academically, but in particular, I would like to say that there are two of my favorites in Peyton and Jordan Keener.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is today's Senate floor session recorded this morning.
Senate will come to order. The clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 51 by Senators Plymel, Wolfel, Williams, Stallings, and Unger congratulating the Cabell Midland High School boys cross-country team.
Senator from Wayne.
Requesting unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Senator from Wayne requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 51 congratulating the Cabell Midland High School boys cross-country team for winning the 2015 Class AAA State Championship.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to have, this program at Cabell Midland is unique. There are 32 boys on this team. There are 9 seniors, 7 juniors, 4 sophomores, and 12 freshmen. Now, you think about how many kids are out for for cross country in this. And I was at the meet where they won this year. It is at a little home cooking. It is at Cabell Midland. It's the best place to run, I'll say that, in the state. But, you know, I also want to talk about Coach Parsons. Deron Jordan Keaton, who the coach had coached before, made a statement to me. He was a trainer that I had recently in working out. And what Deron said to me was, of all the coaches, and he ended up playing running track at Wesleyan, and he was a great football player and track star at Cabell Midland. But he said, of all the coaches I've ever had, Coach Parson is by far the best that's ever coached me. Not only because he was a great coach, is it because he cared. This just a few weeks ago, Coach Parson was recognized by U.S. Track and Field and Cross Country Coaches Association as the High School Coach of the Year. And when I talked to him about this is how modesty is. It's all about the kids. Well, it is all about the kids because he does care about the kids. But it's also about a good organizer and a good coach, and he's also the athletic director at this school. Now, I know a number of these student athletes quite well because I work with their families, and this is also, just as we said about Charleston Catholic girls, this is also a great bunch of scholars as well. Many of these will go on academic scholarship at colleges and universities as they graduate from Cabell Midland. But it's a great honor to have him here. We did honor him in 2012 when they won a few years ago, but glad to have you back.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just echo the remarks of my senior senator and further add that unfortunately the team photographer, Mr. Jim Parsons, is not with us today, but I'm sure he's here in spirit. And Cabell Midland, if you haven't been down to that campus, and I graduated from high school in Cabell County, it's the best high school in the state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Please don't let that start another round of discussion. Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
There is none.
The clerk has a message from the House.
The clerk of the House announced that the House concurred in the Senate amendments with amendment and passed engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4145 relating to carrier use of a handgun or deadly weapon.
The Senate will be at ease.
This is the Senate's consideration of amendments that the House made to the Senate amendments to House Bill 4145. This is the concealed carry bill. Since the House amended this bill just this morning, this is the first look that the Senate has had of what the House did to the Senate amendments to this bill in regards to a tax credit for people who get a permit when they receive training to carry a concealed weapon. It will take a little while here for the Senate to learn what the House did to the bill and decide if they will concur or reject the House's amendment. If they concur, the bill will go straight to the governor. The governor did veto this piece of legislation last year. If they reject, then it goes back to the House to see if they will recede from the amendment they made to the Senate's amendment to the House bill. And while the Senate considers its action on House Bill 4145, I will tell you what is on third reading up for debate and passage in the Senate today. Senate Bill 252, amending Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act. Senate Bill 291, law enforcement use of unmanned aircraft systems. Senate Bill 376, expanding authority of the Secretary of State and State Police. Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products. Senate Bill 438, requiring the Department of Health and Human Resources be present at judicial proceedings. Senate Bill 474, exempting DEP construction and reclamation contracts from review and approval. Senate Bill 575, requiring leases for state office space provide landlord or owner be responsible for cleaning and janitorial services. Also up for passage on the Senate floor today, Senate Bill 592, relating to pipeline safety. And we'll watch Senate action on House Bill 4145. You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is a recording of the Senate floor session from earlier today.
Senate will be in order. Message to be received, the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendment to House Bill 4145. The House amendment inserts a $50 tax credit. The bill as passed by the House originally included a $100 tax credit, which was removed by the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment. The tax credit broadly applies to anyone granted a license. The new $50 credit would apply to a person obtaining the initial license or paying for training. And I urge that I'll be glad to answer questions, and I urge that the Senate concur in this amendment.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment for engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4145. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor say, Senator from Jefferson.
Would Majority Leader yield?
Senator yields. Senator yields.
$50, do we have an idea of what the impact on the fiscal impact to the state is for that amendment?
Well, we have an estimate based on the fact that because it's very much dependent on who receives training and how many people apply for the permits and so forth, that it could be as much as $3 million, as much as. But the thought process, it'll be substantially less than that.
So if my math's correct, the bill we just rejected from the education report was a hole in the budget of $14 million. And then this would be an additional, be $17 million total.
The maximum cost of this could be up to $3 million, as I alluded to.
All right, thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
I rise briefly to point out that it took the House to put a safety training measure in this bill. I still don't think the bill's right. I still don't think we have any common sense, but the House had to put in an opportunity for safety into a bill that we considered for days here. And I would agree the bill's going to pass anyways. I think we should concur in the amendment, but I think we should take the opportunity to make that training mandatory for anybody that's going to carry a gun amongst our citizens, our family, and our children. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment for engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4145. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 24 yeas, 9 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 252, amending Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act, excluding from protection oral communications. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 252 amends a single section of the code. It's located in Chapter 62, Article 1D, Section 2. And it's a section that relates to the legal authority for wiretapping and electronic surveillance. And there was concern expressed to by the original proponents of this legislation that in the child care centers that are operated in this state, where they make DVDs, audio and video recordings of children and their interviews, that there was not express permission for the audio portion. So that's what this bill does. It adds language that says an oral communication uttered in any child care center where there are notices posted, so it requires the posting of notices informing persons that their oral communications are being intercepted, that those can be recorded, and it limits the application of this to those child care centers. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Munn, Senator from Cabell. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative to declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 274, relating to increasing civil jurisdictional amount in magistrate courts. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 274 amends a single section of the code. It's Chapter 50, Article 2, Section 1, which prescribes the civil jurisdiction of magistrate courts. The introduced bill raised that from $5,000 to $30,000, but the committee substitute rolls that back to $10,000. So the amount of civil jurisdiction, the limit of the civil jurisdiction of the magistrate courts, if this bill passes, will be $10,000. It's been at $5,000, we believe, for at least 25 years. So this is ends up being more inflationary than anything else. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 31 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 291, law enforcement use of unmanned aircraft systems. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 291 amends the code by crafting an entire new article, and it would be designated as Article 2B in Chapter 29 of the code, and with 7 sections in it, but provides regulation of, as introduced, it was just law enforcement use of drones, but the committee substitute broadens that a little bit. But the sections of the bill create definitions. It makes the federal laws and regulations that exist regarding drones applicable to unmanned aircraft in West Virginia. And it creates a number of new misdemeanor offenses involving drones, including invasion of privacy while taking pictures, physically harassing another or surveilling someone without their permission, operating an unmanned aircraft while under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and arming and operating an unmanned aircraft system with a lethal weapon or disrupting or damaging a manned aircraft. The bill regulates law enforcement use, and it prohibits the intentional use of an unmanned aircraft system to disturb, disrupt, etc., defined industrial facilities with some exceptions. So just so the members know, the original bill was just related to law enforcement use, but during the course of the committee's work, we realized that there were other bills that have been introduced relating to the use of drones in and around industrial facilities, and this measure now deals with drones more broadly, combining features of both of those bills. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 376, expanding authority of Secretary of State and State Police. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 376 amends a single section of the code. It's Chapter 30, Article 18, Section 10. This Article 18 relates to private investigative and security services, and the amendment in this section makes it clear that when the Secretary of State fields applications for private investigator licenses, they can require the applicant to submit fingerprints, and for the purpose of conducting criminal history background checks. The records are then checked through the Criminal Identification Bureau of the West Virginia State Police and the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation for a national criminal history check. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows terminally ill patients access to experimental drugs and devices that have yet to receive FDA approval. It allows the drug manufacturer to provide these free of charge or bill only for the actual cost of manufacturing the drug or device, and allow health insurers to cover the cost if they so choose. There are prohibitions against taking action on the license of any healthcare provider who recommends an experimental drug or device and prohibits any state official or agency from blocking access to the drug or device. The bill also specifically states that no private cause of action is created. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator, for the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill. So many of our residents that have terminal illness and cancers are blocked oftentimes, I think 96, 97% from investigational trials. These are usually around larger centers, and we're talking about individuals who are very, very sick. Obviously, they can't get in long car rides to have access. And these are obviously things that researchers are believing could be life-saving. They're in their third phase of clinical trials, and this would simply gain them access as a last-ditch effort to hopefully save their lives, and I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 438, requiring DHHR be present at judicial proceedings. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would require that DHHR be placed on notice of any hearing where commitment into state custody was an issue. It will also require that court give deference to any recommendations regarding placement. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 474, exempting DEP construction and reclamation contracts from review and approval. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 575, this bill prohibits, excuse me. I had my page turned. Senate Bill 474 exempts construction and reclamation contracts entered into by the Department of Environmental Protection from the jurisdiction of the Division of Purchasing. The DEP reclamation contracts are extremely technical and require expertise to review that the purchasing department does not have. This has resulted in long delays and complications for these projects. The DEP will still be subject to all purchasing and competitive bidding laws and will be handling compliance in-house. I encourage passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 575, requiring leases for state office space provide landlord or owner be responsible for cleaning or janitorial services. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 575 prohibits the state from dictating to any owner of a building which the state is leasing that the owner use any particular person, firm, or company to provide cleaning or janitorial services as a term of the lease. The state is free to provide its own service, which is done in the majority of the cases already. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent. Not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 592, relating to pipeline safety. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senior Senator from the 15th.
Again, thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 592 alters the method for calculating the amount of special license fees paid by pipeline companies to the Public Service Commission. It provides that the fee to be set at an amount of $18.60 per mile of 3-inch equivalent pipeline. Under current law, the amount of the fees that may be collected are capped at $385,000 for an annual total. That cap is removed by this bill. The $18.60 amount is what is currently levied based on the amount of pipeline in the state. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 621, exempting taxicab companies with independent contract drivers from providing workers' compensation coverage. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 621 amends the code with the creation of one new section. It's would go in the Common Carriers by Motor Vehicle Article, Chapter 24A, Section Article 2. And provides, as the short title says simply, that a taxi cab company operating under that chapter is not required to provide workers' compensation for a driver who provides taxi cab service pursuant to an agreement that identifies the driver as an independent contractor. And it says that any such driver is not entitled to workers' compensation benefits as an employee of the taxi cab company. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 94, designating State Police Superintendent as Administrator and Enforcer of Motor Vehicle Inspection Program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill being gross advanced third reading.
Senate Bill 476, relating to driving restrictions in school zones. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill being gross advanced third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3019, requiring official business and records of the state and its political subdivisions be conducted in English. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be advanced third reading. Bills on first reading. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time, advanced to second reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. The senator from Jackson.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is a recording of the Senate floor session from earlier today. We will note that the House and Senate are in recess until this evening. They will just take committee reports. No business are on the calendars, no bills on their calendars. At this point in the session, they're just taking committee reports to keep those bills active.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate to stand in recess until 5:30 p.m. this evening.
Are there announcements?
Yes, I have an announcement. Your subcommittee, Mr. President, on Senate Bill 396, the members are the senator from Kanawha and the senator from Roane, will meet in the Senate Majority Leader's office 15 minutes upon recess.
Further announcements. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Your Finance Committee will meet today at 3 p.m., then tomorrow morning at 9:30, and tomorrow afternoon at 3. Agendas are posted.
Further announcements. Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Subcommittee for Senate Bill 12, Senator, myself, Senior Senator from the 5th, and Senator from Nicholas will meet immediately following the Finance Committee today.
Further announcements. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3:30 p.m. and tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the West Wing.
Further announcements. The Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Pensions will meet today at 2 p.m. 208 West.
Further announcements. Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in 208 West. Subcommittee on Senate Bill 534 will meet at 9:30 a.m. in 208 West. And this afternoon we are having a Natural Resources meeting at 2 p.m. in 451M.
Further announcements. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Economic Development will meet at 1:15 in the Senate Finance Room.
Further announcements. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll remind the Democratic members of our body that we'll be having a Democratic caucus dinner tonight at 7 o'clock at Fazio's. So we'd like for all of them to be there. We're honoring our retiring members.
Further announcements. Senator from Pleasants.
Yes, there'll be in the President's conference room at 1:30, there'll be a Republican caucus of the Confirmation Committee.
Further announcements. Senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subcommittee on Senate Bill 337 will meet in the back immediately after the floor session. That's Senator from Logan and Senator from Wayne.
Further announcements. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Democrats will caucus in my office at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock after we have some quick lunch.
Further announcements. The Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a subcommittee meeting on 528 at 2:30 in my office, 216 West.
Further announcements. If not, the question is before the Senate. Is the Senate stand in recess until 5:30 p.m. tonight? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the Senate in recess.
And the Senate and the House are both in recess until earlier this evening to take committee reports. This concludes today's broadcast of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We will be back tomorrow at 11 with more action from the floors of the State Senate and the House of Delegates. This program reminder, the Legislature Today, our nightly broadcast of legislative news and information, airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every weeknight on West Virginia PBS. The program also can be heard on public radio, weeknights at 6:30. The Legislature Today will be repeated weeknights at 10 and weekday mornings at 6:30 here on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.